Chapter 1. The Sun on a Dead Woman's Face. The light was the first thing to betray the truth. It wasn't the pale ethereal glow of the moon goddess's embrace, the gentle silver promised to the faithful in their final rest. It was warm, golden. It pressed against my eyelids with a familiar, insistent weight, smelling of sun-drenched pine needles and the dusty scent of the linen sheets my mother had woven years ago. It was the smell of life. My eyes snapped open. The ceiling above me was not the endless star-strewn canopy of the afterlife, but the rough-hewn wooden beams of my own room in the pack den. My room, the one I had slept in for 24 years, until I hadn't. A gasp, sharp and ragged, tore from my throat, the sound alien in the sudden silence. I scrambled upright, the coarse blanket pooling around my waist. My heart hammered against my ribs, a frantic, desperate drumbeat that felt like a wild bird trapped in a cage of bone. It was a sensation I remembered vividly from my last moments. Fear. But this was different. This was the vibrant, thrumming pulse of a living heart. My hands flew to my chest, my throat, my stomach. The skin was smooth, unblemished. There was no gaping, jagged wound torn across my abdomen, no cold seeping into my core. There was only the warmth of my own blood, the solid feel of muscle and bone beneath my fingertips. I remembered the sensation of life ebbing away, the world narrowing to a pinprick of moonlight and the coppery tang of my own blood on my tongue. I remembered the cold, the final shuddering breath, the silent plea to a goddess who had turned her face away. I was dead. I knew it with a certainty that was etched into the very marrow of my soul. I had been hunted, cornered by wolves who once called me sister, their eyes gleaming with a feral madness I hadn't understood until it was too late. I had bled out on the forest floor, my last sight the indifferent silver disk of the full moon hanging in a sky, bruised with the coming dawn. Yet here I was, alive, whole. Panic, cold and sharp, lanced through me. My gaze darted around the small, familiar room. The worn deerskin rug on the floor, the collection of smooth river stones on my windowsill, the simple wooden comb resting on the nightstand. Everything was exactly as it should be, exactly as it was before. My wolf, a presence that had been a raging, wounded tempest in my final hours, was now a quiet, slumbering weight in the back of my mind. She was not gone, not silenced by death. She was simply dormant, resting. A deep instinctual part of me recognized the feeling. It was the specific calm that settled over the pack in the days leading up to a choosing. A quiet anticipation, a holding of breath before the great exhale of fate, the choosing. The thought struck me like a physical blow, knocking the air from my lungs. I scrambled out of bed, my bare feet hitting the cool wooden floorboards. My legs felt strangely strong, filled with a vitality I hadn't possessed in that final grueling year of my life. I stumbled to the small polished silver mirror hanging on the wall, a gift from my father on my 16th birthday. The face that stared back was mine, but it was a version of me I hadn't seen in a long, long time. The lines of grief and strain that had carved themselves around my eyes were gone. The hollows in my cheeks, testament to a year of forced submission and heartbreak, had been filled out. My skin, which had grown sallow and pale, now held the healthy, sun-kissed glow of a summer spent running the territories. My eyes, they were the same deep forest green, but they were clear, bright, and achingly, terrifyingly young. They held a hope I had forgotten ever existed. This was the face of Celine Merrick, aged 24, a girl on the cusp of everything, a girl whose heart was full of a foolish, unwavering love for the alpha's son, a girl who believed in destiny, in mate bonds, in the inherent goodness of her pack, a girl who had no idea she was already walking toward her own grave. My hand rose, trembling, to touch the smooth skin of my cheek. It was real, the warmth, the softness, the faint pulse beating in my jaw. A wave of nausea rolled through me, so powerful I had to brace myself against the wall. This wasn't a dream. This wasn't the afterlife. This was the past. The scent of roasting boar and hearth smoke drifted up from the great hall below, a smell so deeply ingrained in my memory, it was almost painful. It was the scent of a celebration, the scent of the choosing day breakfast. It was all real. I was back. 1 year earlier. Today was the day. Today was the day Darian Vaynar would stand before the pack, the entire Silverwood Creek pack, and call my name. Today his silver eyes, the color of a winter sky, would meet mine across the bonfire's haze. Today the bond would snap into place, a shimmering, invisible cord tying my soul to his. And then, mere hours later, in the cold privacy of the Alpha's chambers, he would sever it. He would look at me with a chilling indifference that I now knew was a lie, and he would utter the single word that would begin my slow, agonizing death. Rejected. The memory of that word was a physical scar on my soul. It had echoed in my ears for a year. It had been the whisper on the wind during my solitary patrols on the pack's farthest borders. It had been the jeer hidden in the pitying glances of the other pack members. It had been the final sound I heard before the teeth of my own kin sank into my flesh. I closed my eyes, my real living eyes, and the phantom pain returned. The wrenching, soul-deep agony of the bond being ripped away. It was a pain beyond comprehension, like having a vital organ torn from your body while you were still conscious. It left a void, a gaping, festering wound that never healed. It had weakened my wolf, poisoned my spirit, and marked me as flawed, as discardable. It had made me prey. A low growl rumbled in my chest, a sound that was more wolf than woman. It was a sound of pure, undiluted rage, not the wild, desperate fury of my first life, but a cold, sharp, and patient anger. The anger of a predator that has been given a second chance to hunt. He wouldn't get away with it this time. None of them would. I knew them all now. I had seen their true faces in the light of my own dying fire. Lyra, my closest friend, whose tears had been false, her comfort a carefully crafted poison. She had coveted Darian, had whispered lies in his ear about my supposed weakness, my unsuitability to be Luna. I remembered her standing over my bleeding body, her expression not of sorrow, but of cold, triumphant satisfaction. And Silas, my uncle, my father's brother, the pack beta. He who had raised me after my parents fell to a rogue attack. He had always seemed so protective, so sternly affectionate, but I now remembered his subtle manipulations, the way he isolated me after the rejection, portraying me as unstable, a danger to the pack's harmony. He had used my pain to solidify his own position, ensuring Darian would rely on him, not on a broken mate. His ambition had been watered with my blood, and Darian, the center of it all. Darian, with his storm-cloud eyes and a jaw that looked like it was carved from granite. He was born to lead, every inch of him screaming alpha. I had loved him with the fierce, unconditional devotion only a destined mate can feel. I had seen the struggle in his eyes that night, a flicker of something that wasn't indifference. I had thought it was regret. I was a fool. It was the look of a male caught in a trap, choosing the path of least resistance, sacrificing me to appease the vipers in his own den. He had chosen power over our bond. He had chosen his father's approval, Silas's counsel, and Lyra's poisonous sweetness over my soul. He had let them kill me. The water in the basin on my washstand was cold, shocking my skin back to the present. I scrubbed my face, the simple, mundane action a stark contrast to the storm raging inside me. This body was a gift. This day was a weapon. I would not waste it on tears or pleas. I had already shed a lifetime of tears for Darian Vaynar. There were none left. Dressing was a strange, disassociated experience. I pulled on the ceremonial leathers, the soft, supple hide feeling alien against my skin. The last time I had worn them, my hands had trembled with nervous excitement. My wolf had been a giddy, joyful thing, pacing just beneath the surface, eager for the moment of connection. the culmination of everything she was born for. Now my hands were steady. My wolf was a sleeping beast of vengeance. She knew, just as I did, that the bond was a lie, a beautiful, deadly trap. When I stepped out of my room, the den was already humming with energy. The air was thick with the scents of roasting meat, fresh baked bread, pine resin from the fires, and the underlying electric tang of shifter anticipation. Pack members thronged the corridors, their faces bright with excitement. Young, unmated wolves jostled each other, their eyes shining with hope. They were all so blissfully unaware. To them, this was a day of sacred tradition, of joy and destiny. To me, it was a mausoleum, and I was walking among ghosts who didn't know they were dead. "Celine!" The voice was like honey laced with arsenic. I turned, my expression carefully neutral. Lyra was hurrying toward me, her fiery red hair braided with silver bells that chimed with every step. She was beautiful, vibrant, a perfect picture of innocence. The sight of her made my stomach clench with a hatred so profound it was almost dizzying. "There you are, I was starting to worry you'd overslept," she chirped, linking her arm through mine. Her touch felt like a brand. I had to fight the urge to rip my arm away, to show her the teeth she didn't know I had. "Are you nervous? Your scent is calm." "Too calm." I forced a small, tight smile. "Just trying to stay grounded, Lyra. The goddess will guide us." The words tasted like ash in my mouth. I had once believed them. She squeezed my arm, her perfectly manicured nails digging in just a little too hard. A warning I hadn't seen the first time. "Of course she will, and everyone knows who Darian will choose. It's been written in the stars since we were pups. You're going to be our Luna." Her voice was a song of support, but her eyes, the color of a summer sky, held a flicker of something else. Envy. A sharp, possessive glint that I was now fluent in reading. She was playing her part, the loving best friend, all while sharpening the knife she would later slide between my ribs. "Fate is a winding path," I said, my voice quiet but firm. I gently extracted my arm from her grasp, under the pretense of adjusting my sleeve. The brief separation felt like coming up for air. Nothing is certain until the alpha speaks. Lyra's smile faltered for a fraction of a second. A flicker of confusion crossed her face. The Celine she knew would have blushed, would have stammered about her hopes for the bond. This calm, detached version of me was an unknown variable. Good, let her be confused. Let them all wonder. We walked toward the great hall, the heart of the den. The cavernous space was already packed. A massive bonfire roared in the central pit, its flames licking high toward the smoke hole in the ceiling, casting dancing shadows on the stone walls, adorned with the pelts of our ancestors. The air was thick with the press of bodies, the murmur of 100 conversations, the raw, primal energy of a pack gathered in full force. At the head of the hall, on a raised dais, sat Alpha Vaynar, Darian's father, a formidable silver-streaked wolf whose power was a palpable force in the room. Beside him was an empty seat, and next to that, my Uncle Silas stood, his arms crossed over his broad chest, his gaze sweeping the crowd. He looked exactly the same, stoic, dependable, a pillar of the pack. A liar. He caught my eye and gave me a curt, encouraging nod. The first time, it had filled me with warmth. Now it sent a chill down my spine. And then I saw him, Darian. He stood near the fire, speaking with two of his senior warriors. He hadn't noticed me yet. The sight of him stole the breath from my lungs, a purely physical reaction I couldn't control. For a moment, the ghost of my past love rose up, a painful, bittersweet ache in my chest. He was devastatingly handsome, the way a gathering storm is beautiful right before it breaks. His dark hair was tied back from his face, revealing the strong lines of his jaw and the proud arch of his brow. He was laughing at something one of the warriors said, a low rumbling sound that used to make my heart skip a beat. My wolf stirred, a faint instinctual whimper echoing in the back of my mind. The primal part of me, the part that was not yet scarred by memory, still recognized him. "Mate," I crushed the feeling with brutal efficiency. No, I told her, my internal voice as sharp as flint. He is not our mate. He is our end. The wolf subsided, retreating into a wary silence, but the ache remained. This was the hardest part. My soul remembered the betrayal, but my body, this young, healthy body, still remembered the pull, the inescapable magnetic draw of a destined bond. It was a current I would have to fight every second of every day. As if feeling my gaze, Darian turned his head. His silver eyes scanned the crowd, and then they found me. For a heartbeat, the world fell away. The noise of the hall, the heat of the fire, the scent of the pack. It all vanished. There was only the intensity of his gaze. I saw recognition flicker there, the same magnetic pull I felt myself. It was the bond, humming to life between us, a prelude to the symphony of our connection. In my first life, I had blushed and looked away, overwhelmed by the raw power of it. This time, I held his gaze. I did not smile, I did not look away. I simply watched him, letting the cold fury deep inside me temper the instinctual longing. I let him see the stillness in my eyes, the absolute lack of girlish excitement. I wanted him to feel it, the subtle wrongness of the moment. I wanted to plant the first seed of doubt. A frown creased his brow. He saw it. He saw that something was different. His conversation with his warriors faltered. He continued to stare, his head tilted slightly like a wolf trying to catch a strange, unsettling scent on the wind. This was the first move in a new game. I wasn't the trembling fawn waiting for her prince. I was the ghost at the feast, the skeleton in his closet, and I had just rattled my bones. I finally broke the gaze, turning my attention to the dais. As Alpha Vaynar rose to his feet, a hush fell over the great hall. The ceremony was about to begin. Lyra shot me a questioning look, her brow furrowed. "Are you all right, Celine? You look pale." "I've never been better," I whispered. And for the first time that morning, it felt like the absolute truth. My heart was beating a steady, rhythmic tattoo against my ribs. It was not the frantic fluttering of a girl in love, nor the panicked hammering of a woman facing her death. It was the slow, powerful beat of a war drum. Let him call my name. Let him forge the bond. I would need its strength for what was to come. And when he tried to break it, when he looked into my eyes and uttered that fatal word, he would not find a shattered, pleading girl. He would find a mirror, and in it he would see the reflection of the queen he was about to create from the ashes of the woman he had killed. The sun was shining on a dead woman's face, and she was smiling. The hunt had just begun. Chapter 2. Echoes in the Alpha's gaze. Alpha Vaynar's voice boomed through the great hall, a sound honed by decades of command, silencing the last murmurs of conversation. He stood before the fire, his shadow a giant, flickering beast cast against the stone wall behind him. His presence was absolute, a gravitational force that pulled the entire pack into a state of attentive stillness. "Sons and daughters of Silverwood Creek," he began, his voice a low rumble that vibrated in my bones. "Tonight we honor the traditions of our ancestors. We honor the moon, who guides our paths, and the bond, which is the heart of our pack." His eyes, a paler, more weathered version of Darian's, swept across the assembled faces. I remembered hanging on these words, my heart swelling with pride and belonging. I had believed in the sanctity of this moment, in the strength he projected. Now I heard only the hollow pronouncements of a hypocrite. He spoke of honor while his own house was riddled with deceit. He praised the bond while preparing to stand by and watch his son shatter one for political gain. "The bond is not a choice," he continued, his gaze seeming to linger on me for a moment before moving on. "It is a gift, a sacred thread woven by fate itself. It ensures our strength, our lineage, our survival. To be chosen is to accept a duty. To be bonded is to become one with the pack's soul." A ripple of assent moved through the crowd. I stood motionless, a rock in a river of emotion. Beside me, Lyra was practically vibrating with feigned reverence, her eyes wide and fixed on the Alpha. She played her part so well. Perhaps she even believed the lies herself, convinced that her own ambition was a purer form of destiny. The ceremony began in earnest. The alpha called the names of the unmated females of age, one by one. Each would step forward into the firelight, her heart in her eyes, as an elder presented her to the pack. Then the eligible males would have their moment. Most pairings were already known, whispered about for months, the subtle courtships and shared glances culminating in this public declaration. I watched as Alara, a sweet, shy girl from the southern den, was chosen by Finn, a brawny hunter. The bond flared between them, a visible shimmer in the air for those sensitive enough to see it, and a wave of pure, unadulterated joy washed through the hall. The pack howled its approval, a chorus of deep, resonant voices that celebrated the new connection. It was beautiful, and it was a lie, or at least an incomplete truth. The bond was a gift, yes, but it could also be a weapon, a chain, a death sentence. I kept my expression serene, a placid mask that betrayed nothing of the maelstrom inside me. My senses, however, were on high alert. I tracked the subtle shifts in scent, the flicker of emotion in the eyes of those around me. I felt the pack's collective energy as a living thing, a great beast with 100 hearts beating as one, and I was separate from it, an observer, a ghost. It was then that I felt another gaze on me, one that was not part of the general excitement. It was heavy, intense, and analytical. It didn't come from Darian, who was still standing with his warriors, his profile a study in tense expectation. It didn't come from Silas or the Alpha on his dais. This was different. I let my eyes drift slowly, casually, toward the edge of the hall, near the shadowed archway that led to the armory. He was leaning against the stone, his arms crossed, partially obscured by the gloom. Kalen, one of the pack's enforcers. He was not a Vaynar, not part of the ruling bloodline. His lineage was older, wilder, from the mountains that bordered our territory. He was quiet, solitary, and deadly. His wolf was said to be one of the largest in the pack, a fearsome, dark-pelted beast that moved with a chilling silence. He wasn't watching the ceremony. He was watching me. His eyes, the color of dark amber, were narrowed slightly. There was no warmth in his gaze, no celebration, only a sharp, unnerving intelligence. He was an observer, just like me. He saw things others missed, and right now he was seeing something in me that didn't fit. His scent reached me even from that distance, a clean, sharp fragrance of snow-dusted pine and cold granite, a stark contrast to the warmer, more political sense of the Alpha's inner circle. It was the scent of the wilderness, untamed and uncompromising. In my first life, I had barely noticed him. He was a shadow, a silent guard. Now his focused attention was like a finger tracing my spine. I gave him nothing, my face a blank canvas, before turning my attention back to the fire, just as Alpha Vaynar's voice rose again. "And now, my son, Darian Vaynar, heir to the Alpha ship of Silverwood Creek." A new kind of hush fell. This was the main event. The heir's choice would define the pack's future. Darian stepped forward, leaving the relative anonymity of the crowd and entering the full, dramatic light of the bonfire. The flames danced in his silver eyes, making them gleam like molten metal. He was power incarnate. Every line of his body, from his broad shoulders to his steady stance, radiated authority. A collective sigh went through the unmated females. Even Lara, for all her plotting, couldn't hide the genuine hunger in her eyes. He didn't look at the crowd. He didn't need to. His gaze came straight to me, a physical force that pinned me in place. The air between us crackled, the nascent bond thrumming with an unbearable tension, a string pulled taut to the breaking point. "I call my mate," he said, his voice deep and clear, resonating with the power of the Alpha bloodline. He raised his hand, pointing directly at me. "Celine Merrick," my name. The last time he spoke it with such reverence, it had been my salvation. Now it was a curse he was renewing. A wave of murmurs and triumphant shouts erupted from the pack. Lyra's hand flew to her chest in a flawless pantomime of joyful surprise for her best friend. Silas gave me a small, tight smile of approval, a king moving his pawn into place. I felt the bond snap into place. It was not a gentle weaving of souls, it was a cataclysm. A bolt of lightning arced between us, searing and white-hot. The world dissolved into a dizzying rush of sensation. I felt the rough texture of the leather tunic against his skin, tasted the faint, smoky flavor of the ceremonial ale on his tongue. I felt the heavy beat of his heart, a powerful, steady rhythm that suddenly felt as familiar as my own. And I felt his emotions, a surge of possessive pride, a deep, instinctual satisfaction, and beneath it all, a current of profound, unsettling confusion. He felt it too. I knew he did. Through the brand new connection, I felt his shock as my own emotions flooded back at him. He was expecting joy, relief, overwhelming love. Instead, what he received from me was a calm, cold, and absolute stillness, an emotional void where a soul should be. It was like shouting into a cavern and hearing no echo. My wolf, silent until now, surged forward. The bond was a primal trigger she couldn't ignore. She rose up, not with the happy, tail-wagging submission of a mate found, but with the low, rumbling growl of a predator cornered. She recognized him, loved him, hated him, all at once. The conflict was a tearing agony, a war within my own soul. I wrestled her back, shoving her down into the quiet places of my mind. My control, more absolute than it had ever been in my first life. I had to. If I let her out, she would either lunge for his throat or press herself to the ground at his feet. Neither was an option. The pack's celebratory howl rose around us, but for Darian and me, we were alone in a silent storm. His silver eyes were wide, locked on mine, searching for the Celine he thought he knew. He was seeing the shell of her, but the spirit inside was a stranger. His brow furrowed, the first crack in his perfect alpha composure. The triumphant smile that had begun to form on his lips faltered. I had to move. I had to play my part, or they would sense the truth too soon. Taking a steadying breath, I walked forward, my steps even and measured. The path to the fire felt 100 miles long. Every eye was on me. They saw a future Luna walking toward her alpha. I saw a condemned woman walking to the gallows for a second time. When I reached him, he took my hand. His touch was electric, a jolt of raw power that shot up my arm. His skin was warm, his grip strong and possessive. The first time I had melted into that touch, feeling like I had finally come home. Now it felt like a manacle. He leaned in, his lips close to my ear, his breath warm against my skin. The pack would assume he was whispering words of love, of destiny fulfilled. I knew better. "What is this?" he murmured, his voice a low, dangerous growl that no one else could hear. "What's wrong with you? Your scent? It's blank. I can barely feel you through the bond." I pulled back slightly, just enough to look him in the eyes. I let a small, enigmatic smile touch my lips. It didn't reach my eyes. "Perhaps you're just overwhelmed, Darian. It's a powerful thing, isn't it? The bond." I was throwing his own confusion back at him, wrapping it in a cloak of feigned innocence. His eyes narrowed. He knew something was wrong, fundamentally wrong, but he couldn't name it. The bond was there, blazing and undeniable. The girl was there, standing before him. But the soul he had expected to connect with was absent. Alpha Vaynar raised his hands, calling for silence once more. "The bond is forged! Let the celebration begin!" The hall erupted. Music started, a wild rhythmic drumming that echoed the pack's frenzied heartbeat. Darian was forced to release my hand as we were swarmed by well-wishers. It was a welcome reprieve. I needed space, needed to breathe air that wasn't saturated with his scent and his suffocating presence. Lyra was the first to reach me, throwing her arms around me in a crushing hug. "I'm so happy for you, Celine. Our Luna, she gushed, her voice ringing with false sincerity. Her scent was a cloying mix of juniper and envy. I hugged her back, my muscles stiff. Thank you, Lyra, I said, my voice perfectly even. I know I can count on your support. I let the words hang in the air, a subtle double meaning that only I understood. Her smile tightened. She had expected gushing gratitude, not this cool, almost regal acceptance. Over Lyra's shoulder, I saw Silas approaching, a proud, almost proprietary look on his face. He clapped Darian on the shoulder before turning to me. Well done, niece. You have brought honor to our family name. You will make a fine Luna. I will do my duty to the pack, uncle, I replied, my gaze level. His eyes, a flat, muddy brown, held mine for a moment too long. He was assessing me, just as Darian and Kaylin had. In my first life, I had been too blinded by grief and love to see the cold calculation in him. Now it was as clear as day. He wasn't seeing a niece. He was seeing an asset, a tool to secure his influence over the next alpha. See that you do, he said, his tone dropping slightly. Darian is strong, but he will need a steady hand to guide him. Your mother, she had that strength. Let's hope you inherited it. It was a veiled command, a reminder of my place. Be strong, but be compliant. Be his Luna, but listen to me. I inherited a great many things from my mother, I said, my voice soft. More than you know. For the second time that night, I saw a flicker of uncertainty in an enemy's eyes. Silas's brow twitched. My response was not what he expected. It was too confident, too self-possessed. He grunted, gave me one last searching look, and then moved on, melting back into the crowd of schemers and politicians that surrounded the Alpha's dais. The next hour was a blur of forced smiles and empty congratulations. I moved through the celebration like a phantom, my senses on a razor's edge. I felt Darian's gaze on me constantly, a heavy, burning weight. He was trying to read me through the bond, trying to push past the icy shields I had erected around my heart and mind. I let him feel nothing but a calm, placid surface. It was exhausting, like holding a boulder at the top of a hill, but I could not let him in. Not yet. I needed a moment of quiet. Slipping away from a circle of chattering she-wolves, I made my way toward the balcony that overlooked the creek. The cool night air would be a relief from the stifling heat of the hall. As I neared the archway, a figure detached itself from the shadows. Kaylin. He had been there the whole time, watching. He stood in my path, not menacingly, but with a quiet stillness that was far more intimidating. Luna to be, he said, his voice a low, gravelly baritone. It was the first time I had ever heard him speak more than a single word. He didn't bow his head in deference as the others did. He simply looked at me, his amber eyes seeming to glow in the dim light. Enforcer, I replied, my tone level. I would not show fear or uncertainty. With a man like this, that would be a fatal mistake. Your heart rate did not change when he called your name, he stated. It wasn't a question. It was a pa. It beats faster now talking to me than it did then. A chill, entirely different from the one Silas had given me, trickled down my spine. He was preternaturally observant. He was reading my biology, the subtle truths my body was telling even when my face was a mask. It is a momentous night, I said carefully. My emotions are my own. Are they, he mused, his gaze unwavering, or do they belong to someone else? Someone who isn't in this room? The question was so bizarre, so out of left field, that it almost knocked me off balance. What did he mean? Did he sense the past, the ghost I carried inside me? It was impossible. He was simply probing, trying to understand the anomaly I presented. Before I could formulate a reply, another presence joined us, all heat and coiled tension. Darian. He stepped up beside me, placing a proprietary hand on the small of my back. The contact sent a jarring shock through me, half instinctual pleasure, half revulsion. Kaylin, Darian said, his voice tight. It was not a greeting, it was a dismissal. The air between the two males crackled with a primal, unspoken challenge. The alpha air and the wild enforcer, polished power versus raw strength. The Luna and I were just leaving, Kalen's amber gaze shifted from me to Darian. He gave a slow, deliberate nod, a gesture that was somehow more insolent than a direct challenge. Alpha, he acknowledged, before turning and melting back into the shadows from whence he came, his presence vanishing as quickly as it had appeared. Darian's grip on my back tightened. He was furious. What was that about? What did he want? He was offering his congratulations. I lied smoothly, stepping away from his touch. The loss of contact was an immediate relief. He doesn't congratulate, Darian snarled, his silver eyes flashing. He watches, he waits. He took a step closer, crowding me against the stone wall. The heat from his body was a furnace. His scent, winter air, ozone, and now a sharp tang of angry alpha filled my senses. "We need to talk, Celine," he said, his voice dropping to a low command. "In my father's study. Now." This was it. The moment I had been waiting for. The summons. The first time I had gone with a heart full of hope, thinking he wanted to speak of our future. I had been a lamb to the slaughter. This time I was the wolf in sheep's clothing. I looked up at him, my expression unreadable. I did not protest. I did not question him. I simply met his furious, confused gaze with a calm that was more unsettling than any defiance. "Of course, Darian," I said, my voice as cool and smooth as a river stone. "Whatever you say." Chapter 3. The words I knew were coming. The walk to the Alpha study was a journey through a tunnel of silence. Behind us, the sounds of the celebration, the rhythmic drumming, the laughter, the triumphant howls faded with every step we took, replaced by the heavy, echoing sound of our footsteps on the cold stone floor. Darian walked slightly ahead of me, his back a rigid wall of muscle and fury. I could feel his anger radiating from him in waves, a scorching heat that did nothing to warm the icy dread coiling in my stomach. The bond, so new and overwhelmingly powerful, was a conduit for his emotions. It pulsed with his confusion, his frustration, and a deep, gnawing anxiety that he was trying to smother with rage. He felt trapped, and he was blaming me for the cage. We passed pack members in the corridors. They saw their future Alpha and Luna, walking together in the wake of their sacred bonding. They smiled, they dipped their heads in respect, their sense blooming with happiness and approval for us. They were blind. They couldn't see the chasm of silence between us, nor feel the tempest raging along the invisible thread that tied our souls together. Darian offered them curt, distracted nods, his jaw tight. I offered a serene, small smile, a perfect imitation of a blissfully happy mate, all while my own wolf clawed at the inside of my mind, whining with a confusion that mirrored his. "Why is mate angry? Did we displease him?" I soothed her with a silent iron will. "He is not angry at us. He is angry at himself." The study was located in the oldest part of the den, a chamber carved from the very heart of the mountain. The door was ancient oak, banded with iron, a silent testament to generations of Vayner power. Darian pushed it open without knocking and strode inside, expecting me to follow. I paused on the threshold for a single, deliberate beat before entering. The first time I had rushed in after him, eager and anxious to please. This time I entered on my own terms. The room smelled of old leather, beeswax, dried ink, and the faint, lingering scent of Alpha Vaynar's authority. It was a place of power, of secrets and sentences. Bookshelves crammed with pack records and ancient lore lined one wall. A massive oak desk, its surface scarred with the history of 100 difficult decisions, dominated the space. A low fire crackled in the hearth, casting long, dancing shadows that made the room feel like a cage. Darian didn't light any of the lamps. He wanted this conversation to happen in the gloom. He wanted the shadows to hide his face. He moved to stand behind the desk, unconsciously placing the symbol of his father's power between us. It was a coward's move, and I registered it with a cold, clinical detachment. "What have you done?" he demanded, his voice low and guttural. He braced his hands on the polished wood, his knuckles white. I closed the door behind me, the heavy thud echoing in the sudden silence. I did not approach the desk. I remained in the center of the room, in the open, with no shield but my own composure. I've done nothing, Darian. I accepted the bond, as was my duty, as was my destiny. I used the words they all loved, the words they used to justify everything. Don't play games with me, Celine, he snarled, taking a step forward, out from behind the desk's protection. I've felt the snap of a new bond before. I've seen it in others. It's supposed to be overwhelming, a flood, joy, something. From you, I feel nothing, a wall of ice. It's like bonding with a beautiful, empty vessel. His words were meant to wound, to provoke a reaction. He wanted me to cry, to get angry, to give him an excuse for the betrayal he was about to commit. The first Celine would have done just that. She would have crumbled. I simply held his gaze. The bond is a mirror, Darian. It reflects what is already there. If you feel emptiness, perhaps it's because you came to it with an empty heart. The blow landed. I saw it in the flicker of his eyes, the tightening of his jaw. He was not expecting a philosophical debate. He was expecting hysterics. My unnatural calm was unnerving him, throwing him off his script. My heart is full, he shot back, his voice strained, full of my duty to this pack. A duty that requires a strong Luna, a mate who is my other half, not a cold stranger. How can I lead with a void at my side? There it was, the justification, the excuse he had been fed by Silas and Lyra, the one he had chosen to believe. She is weak, she is flawed, she will be a liability. And you have determined that I am a void in the space of an hour? I asked, my voice still quiet, still reasonable. I took a slow step toward him, closing the distance he had tried to create. You have known me my entire life. You felt the pull between us for years. Did I seem like a void to you yesterday? Or last week? He flinched. The bond between us flared, and for a split second, I felt a wave of his true emotions crash against my shields. It wasn't anger. It was a deep, aching regret, so potent it almost brought me to my knees. It was followed by a surge of suffocating pressure, the feeling of being trapped, of being forced down a path he did not want to walk. He loved me. The fool actually loved me, or at least the girl I used to be, and he was going to destroy me anyway. That flicker of knowledge was all I needed. It wasn't just weakness, it was treason of the soul. He knew what he was doing was wrong, and he was doing it regardless. He quickly masked the emotion, his face hardening back into a mask of cold resolve. What I felt before doesn't matter. All that matters is the bond, and it is wrong, it's flawed. The goddess has made a mistake. Blaming a goddess who could not defend herself, another coward's tactic. The goddess does not make mistakes, I said softly, coming to a stop just a few feet from him. The firelight flickered across his face, carving harsh lines into his handsome features. But her children do, all the time. We stood there, locked in a battle of wills. The air was thick with unspoken words, with the weight of our shared history and the tragedy of our future. He was searching my face for a crack, for a single tear, for any sign of the pliable, emotional girl. He thought he could break and discard. I gave him nothing but a deep, sorrowful stillness. I was already mourning him, and he didn't even know it. The fight went out of him then. He seemed to deflate, his shoulders slumping. He looked away from me toward the fire, his profile etched in golden shadow. When he spoke again, his voice was flat, devoid of emotion. It was the voice he had used in my memories, the voice that had haunted my final year. I cannot accept this bond, he said to the flames. The pack needs a Luna who is whole, who can unite us, not this emptiness. He finally turned his head, his silver eyes meeting mine. They were cold now, utterly devoid of the regret I had felt moments before. He had made his final choice. He had chosen the lie. My heart began to pound, a slow, heavy drumbeat of inevitability. My wolf began to pace, a frantic, caged thing, sensing the killing blow was coming. No, he cannot. He is our mate. He cannot. I, Darian of the House of Vanar, Heir to the alpha ship of Silverwood Creek, he began, the words formal, ritualistic, a death sentence wrapped in tradition. My breath hitched. The room began to spin. The phantom pain of the memory was rising up, threatening to consume the reality. Stay calm, stay strong, do not break, not here, not for him. He looked directly into my soul, into the eyes of the woman he was about to execute for the second time. I reject you, Celine Merrick, as my mate. The word hit me like a physical blow, a battering ram to the chest. Rejected. And then the bond tore. It was not a clean break. It was a shredding. A soundless scream ripped through my soul, an agony so profound that the world dissolved into a smear of gray and black. It was the feeling of being flayed alive from the inside out. A vital part of me, a part I had only just reclaimed, was being ripped away, leaving a gaping, bleeding wound in its place. The warmth, the connection, the thrumming presence of his soul next to mine, it all vanished, sucked into a vacuum of absolute cold. My wolf howled, a long, keening cry of pure, undiluted agony that only I could hear. The world tilted on its axis. My knees buckled. In my first life, I had collapsed. I had fallen to the floor, a sobbing, shattered wreck, and I had begged him. I had pleaded with him to take it back, to tell me it was a mistake. This time I caught myself. My hands flew to the edge of the great oak desk, my fingers digging into the wood, grounding me. I squeezed my eyes shut for a single agonizing second, riding the wave of excruciating pain. It was worse than I remembered, 1,000 times worse. It was the raw, fresh agony of a mortal wound. But this time I knew something I hadn't known before. I knew I could survive it. I straightened up slowly, deliberately. I forced my muscles to obey, forced my spine to lock, my chin to lift. I opened my eyes and met his shocked gaze. He was staring at me, his face pale, his eyes wide with disbelief. He had expected me to fall apart. He had been prepared for tears, for hysterics, for pleas. He was not prepared for this. He was not prepared for me to still be standing. A small, genuine smile touched my lips. It was a bitter, painful thing, but it was real. "Thank you, Darian," I whispered, my voice hoarse but steady. His confusion was a palpable thing in the room. "Thank you," he echoed, his voice rough with disbelief. I just rejected you." "I know," I said. My wolf was a weeping, wounded creature in the back of my mind. But I was in control. "You just gave me the greatest gift imaginable." "What are you talking about?" he demanded, taking a step back as if I were some strange, venomous creature. "Freedom," I said simply. "You have just freed me from a destiny I never truly wanted. You have freed me from the burden of being your Luna, of standing by your side while you are manipulated by vipers. You think you have broken me. You have no idea what you've just unleashed." I pushed myself away from the desk, my legs trembling but holding. The gaping void in my chest was a black hole of pain, but I filled it with cold, burning rage. It was fuel. It was strength. I turned my back on him, the ultimate insult in our culture. You never turn your back on an alpha unless you are challenging him or you do not recognize his authority. I did both. I walked toward the door, each step an act of sheer, bloody-minded will. "Celine, wait!" he called out, his voice laced with a new, unfamiliar emotion. Fear. He was afraid of my reaction, of what he couldn't understand. I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I pulled the heavy door open and stepped out into the corridor, leaving him alone in the shadows with the ghost of the bond he had just murdered. The hallway was empty. The sounds of the party were more distant now, a faint, mocking echo. I leaned against the cold stone wall, the strength I had projected in the study draining out of me like lifeblood. The pain was immense, a living entity gnawing at my insides. My wolf was whimpering, her spirit crushed. I felt hollowed out, scoured clean by a grief so profound it had no tears. I had to get back to my room. I couldn't let anyone see me like this. Pushing off the wall, I started the long, lonely walk back, focusing on placing one foot in front of the other. As I rounded a corner, a shadow detached itself from the wall. Kalen. He was standing there, as if he had been waiting. His amber eyes swept over me, and I knew, with a terrifying certainty, that he saw everything. He couldn't have heard the words, but he could see the aftermath. He could probably smell it. The scent of a broken bond was said to be like ozone and fresh blood, a spiritual wound made manifest. His gaze was sharp, analytical. He looked at my face, my posture, the way I held myself together with sheer force of will. There was no pity in his eyes, and for that, I was grateful. Pity would have broken me. Instead, there was a flicker of something I couldn't name, a grudging respect perhaps, an acknowledgement of a fellow survivor. He said nothing, he simply watched me as I passed. But as I drew level with him, his low voice cut through the silence. "The first snows of winter are the coldest," he said, his voice a quiet rumble. "But they are also the purest. They cover the rot and reveal the tracks of predators." It was not a platitude. It was a statement, a warning, an observation. It was a piece of ancient wild wisdom that had nothing to do with pack politics and everything to do with survival. He saw me. He saw that a winter had just begun in my soul. I didn't reply. I didn't even look at him. I just gave a single, barely perceptible nod and continued on my way, leaving him standing in the shadows. By the time I reached the sanctuary of my room, my control was fraying into nothing. I closed the door, slid the bolt home, and collapsed against it, my body finally succumbing to the agony. A dry, racking sob tore from my throat, a sound of pure physical pain. The void where the bond had been was a sucking vortex of cold and emptiness. My wolf cried with me, our shared grief a terrible, silent chorus. But as I slid to the floor, my cheek pressed against the rough wood of the door, I did not feel despair. Not like the first time. The first time this pain had been the end of my world. This time it was the sharpening of a blade. The pain was real, it was immense. But it was a tool, it was a reminder. Every icy pang in the void of my soul was a testament to Darian's betrayal, to Silas's ambition, to Lyra's treachery. I would not let this pain drown me. I would harness it. I would turn this gaping wound into a well of strength. They had wanted to break me, to turn me into a ghost, but they had forgotten one crucial thing about the dead. Ghosts have nothing left to lose, and nothing at all to fear. Chapter 4. A different kind of hunger. The hours that followed were a descent into a private hell of ice and echoes. I did not sleep. I lay on my bed, curled into a tight ball, every muscle clenched against the phantom agony that radiated from the void in my chest. It was a cold that had nothing to do with the temperature of the room. It was a soul-deep chill, a frost spreading through my veins, leaving me numb and hollow. My wolf, who had been my constant companion since my first change, was a distant, whimpering thing, her spirit shattered by the severing. The bond was meant to be the anchor of her existence, and without it, she was adrift in a sea of grief. But beneath the pain, something new was stirring. It started as a faint tremor in the pit of my stomach, a low, insistent ache that was entirely physical. At first, I mistook it for a symptom of the shock, another wave of the soul sickness, but it grew, sharpening from an ache into a gnawing, ravenous emptiness. It was hunger, a hunger so profound, so primal, it felt like my bones were being scraped clean from the inside out. It was not the simple need for sustenance. I had been hungry before. This was different. This was a craving born of the void. The energy, the life force that the bond was supposed to provide had been ripped away, and my body, my very being, was screaming to replace it. It was the desperate, instinctual craving for life, for heat, for blood. The broken pieces of my spirit were demanding to be fed, not with comfort or pity, but with something raw and vital. I pushed myself up, my limbs stiff and cold. The first rays of dawn were beginning to slice through the narrow window of my room, painting gray stripes across the floor. The den was quiet. The celebration would have lasted long into the night, and most of the pack would be sleeping it off, lost in dreams of mates and destiny. They would wake in a few hours, and the whispers would begin. The news of my rejection would spread like a sickness through the den. First, there would be shock, then pity, and then, inevitably, scorn. A rejected female was an omen of instability, a flawed vessel the goddess had seen fit to cast aside. I would become an outcast in my own home. The thought of facing their pity-filled glances, of smelling their condescending sympathy made my stomach turn. The thought of Lyra approaching me with false tears in her eyes, or Silas with a lecture on duty and acceptance was unbearable. I could not stay here. I could not let them see me in this state of raw, agonizing pain. The hunger roared, a beast in my belly. My wolf, hearing its call, stirred from her stupor, her whimpers quieted, replaced by a low, guttural growl. "Hunt," she whispered in the back of my mind. "Feed the emptiness, make it whole again." It was the first clear thought she'd had since the severing. It was a command born of pure instinct. Survival, yes, I would hunt. I moved with a newfound purpose. The lethargy of grief burned away by the fire in my gut. I bypassed my ceremonial leathers, now a symbol of my shame, and pulled on my oldest, most practical hunting gear. The hide was worn soft with use, stained with the memory of 100 successful hunts from my first life. It smelled of the forest, of pine and damp earth and old blood. It smelled of freedom. I strapped a heavy hunting knife to my thigh and slung a quiver of broadhead arrows over my shoulder. My longbow, carved by my father from the heart of a yew tree, felt solid and familiar in my hand. It was an extension of my own arm, a weapon I knew as well as my own claws. Most shifters preferred to hunt in their wolf forms, relying on tooth and claw. I had always been different. I found a clarity in the human hunt, a focus in the discipline of the bow. It was a connection to my human half, a part of me that felt increasingly distant. Today, however, it felt like a necessity. To shift now, with my wolf so wounded and volatile, would be a risk. The beast was too close to the surface, her pain making her unpredictable. I slipped out of my room, a ghost in the sleeping den. My bare feet made no sound on the stone floors. My senses, always sharp, felt strangely altered. The familiar sense of the den, hearth smoke, sleeping bodies, stored herbs, seemed faded, muted. It was as if the broken bond had severed my connection not just to Darien, but to the pack itself. I was no longer a part of the whole. The only scent that felt real, that called to me, was the crisp, cold air wafting from the main entrance, carrying the promise of the wilderness. Outside, the world was bathed in the soft, pre-dawn light. A heavy mist clung to the ground, muffling all sound, making the ancient pines that surrounded the den look like silent, brooding sentinels. I breathed in the scent of wet earth and decaying leaves, and for the first time since the rejection, I felt a flicker of something other than pain. It was a sense of belonging, but not to the pack. It was a belonging to the wild. The forest didn't judge, it didn't pity, it only understood the simple, brutal laws of survival. Hunt or be hunted, eat or be eaten. I broke into a run, my feet devouring the familiar path that led away from the den and into the deep woods. The hunger was a living thing inside me, driving me forward. My body felt light, powerful. The pain was still there, a cold stone in my chest, but it was no longer the center of my world. It was just baggage, a weight I could carry. The territory of the Silverwood Creek Pack was vast, a sprawling expanse of dense forest, rolling hills, and treacherous ravines carved by the river that gave us our name. I headed north toward the older, wilder parts of the woods, where the prey was larger and more dangerous. It was a part of the territory that younger hunters avoided, but I knew it like the back of my hand. I knew every game trail, every watering hole, every hidden clearing where the great stags came to graze at dawn. My mind sharpened, all thoughts of Darien and the pack's betrayal receding. There was only the hunt. My hearing stretched, catching the faint rustle of a vole in the undergrowth 100 yards away, the distant cry of a hawk circling on the morning thermals. My sense of smell, though strangely blunted to pack sense, seemed hyper-attuned to the forest. I could parse the individual fragrances of pine, of oak, of birch. I could smell the faintest trace of deer on the wind, the musky scent of a fox that had passed this way hours ago. And I could smell something else. Something that didn't belong. It was faint, almost lost beneath the other scents, but it was there. A cold metallic tang, like old iron and stale sweat. The scent of humans, but it was wrong. It wasn't the scent of the loggers from the town miles to the south. This was the scent of humans who spent too much time trying to mask their presence, who used chemical scent blockers that only served to create a different, unnatural odor. It was the scent of hunters, not the kind who sought deer for their table, but the kind who sought shifters for their pelts. In my first life, the hunter threat had been a distant rumor, a story told to scare pups. It wasn't until my final year, when the pack was weakened by internal strife, that they had become a real and present danger. They had picked off 2 of our lone patrollers on the northern border. Silas had used the attacks to justify restricting my movements, claiming it was for my own protection. Now I wondered if he had been protecting me, or merely isolating me further. A cold knot formed in my stomach, separate from the hunger. They were here, already, a year earlier than I remembered. Or perhaps they had always been here, and I had simply been too blind to notice. I slowed my pace, moving from a run to a silent, stalking tread. I nocked an arrow, the motion fluid and automatic. The hunger was still there, a burning coal in my gut, but it was now tempered by a different kind of predatory instinct. I was no longer just hunting for food. I was hunting for information. The tracks were almost invisible, a slightly crushed patch of moss here, a bent twig there. Amateurs would have missed them completely. But I saw them, 2 of them, moving north, toward the Shadow Fen, a treacherous marsh that marked the edge of our territory. What were they doing so deep inside our lands? I followed the trail for another mile, my senses stretched to their limit. The human scent grew stronger, mixed with something else. Silver. The faint, acrid smell of it made my gums ache and my wolf snarl in the back of my mind. They were armed, not just with guns, but with weapons specifically designed to kill us. A twig snapped to my left. I froze, melting into the shadow of a great oak. My bow came up, the string taut against my cheek, my eyes scanning the dense undergrowth. The forest was utterly silent. Too silent. The birds had stopped singing. The normal chatter of the woods had ceased. A figure emerged from the trees, moving with a silence that was not human. It was Kalen. He wasn't in his enforcer gear. Like me, he was dressed in simple hunting leathers, a heavy axe hanging from his belt. He moved with a liquid grace, his feet making no sound on the forest floor. He stopped about 30 yards away, his amber eyes finding me instantly in the shadows. He didn't seem surprised to see me. "The air is foul this morning, Celine Merrick," he said, his voice a low rumble that was easily absorbed by the mist. I slowly lowered my bow, though I kept the arrow nocked. "I noticed." 2 of them, he stated, his gaze flicking in the direction of the trail I had been following. "They passed this way just before sunrise. They carry silver." So he knew, of course he knew. It was his job to know. He was an enforcer, the pack's first and last line of defense against external threats. But why was he alone? Why wasn't the entire pack on high alert? "Does the Alpha know?" I asked, my voice tight. A strange, unreadable expression crossed his face. It might have been contempt. "The Alpha has other priorities this morning. The politics of a broken bond, perhaps." The words were a direct hit, but his tone was flat, observational, not mocking. He was stating a fact. While the Vayners were busy with their internal drama, a real threat was creeping through their territory. "They are heading for the Shadow Fen," I said, sharing my own observation. It was a risk, showing him how much I had already deduced, but instinct told me this was a male who valued competence over propriety. "They seek the old wolf," Kalen replied, his gaze intense. "Tarak. He lairs near the fen. He is old, his last change was seasons ago. He is vulnerable. Tarak, I knew the name. A reclusive elder who had left the den decades ago to live a solitary life. He was a keeper of the old lore, a shifter of immense power in his youth. The pack largely ignored him, considering him half-mad, but hunters would see him as a prize, an ancient legendary wolf, ripe for the taking. "We have to warn him," I said, the words coming out before I had time to think. It was the old me, the protector, the one who cared for her pack, speaking. Kalen's lips quirked in a semblance of a smile. It was a cold, feral thing. "We? You are no longer bound to protect this pack, are you not? You have been cast out. Their fate is not your concern." He was testing me. He wanted to see what was left of the old Celine. He wanted to know if the woman who had faced her rejection with unnerving calm was truly as cold as she appeared. The hunger in my stomach roared, demanding to be fed. My own survival was paramount. Tarak was nothing to me. The pack that had discarded me was nothing to me. Helping them would be a fool's errand. But then I thought of the hunters, of their cold, metallic scent, of the triumph they would feel at slaughtering a sleeping elder. I thought of Silas, ignoring this threat, and Darian, too wrapped up in his own manufactured drama to see the danger at his doorstep. If the hunters took Tarak, they would be emboldened, they would push deeper, they would come for others, they would come for the children. My pain was a personal agony. This was a threat to my home, and I would not let these human parasites destroy it, even if its heart had been ripped out. "They are in my territory," I said, my voice dropping into a low growl that was more wolf than woman. "They are hunting on my land, and I am hungry." The look Kalen gave me was one of pure, raw appraisal. He saw past the rejected mate, past the alpha's former choice. He saw the predator that had been awakened. He saw the hunger in my eyes and recognized it. He gave a sharp, single nod. "He lairs beneath the roots of the eldest willow, on the far side of the marsh. They will approach from the east, using the sunrise to cover their approach. I'll circle around from the west. We will drive them into the bog." He didn't ask for my help. He stated the plan as if my cooperation was a foregone conclusion. He had recognized me as an ally, another predator whose goals aligned with his. For the first time, I felt a connection that had nothing to do with mates or destiny. It was the simple, unspoken understanding of two warriors facing a common enemy. "I won't kill them," I said, the words tasting strange in my mouth. "Not unless I have to. The pack cannot afford a war with the humans. Not yet, anyway." "Death is not the only way to teach a lesson," Kalen rumbled. "Fear is a more effective teacher, and the Shadowfen is full of things to fear." Without another word, he turned and vanished into the trees, his form swallowed by the mist, as if he had never been there. I was alone again, the silence of the forest pressing in. The hunger still burned in my belly, but it had changed. It was no longer a desperate, gnawing ache. It was a cold, sharp, and focused purpose. The prey I had set out to hunt was no longer a deer or a boar. It was larger, more dangerous. And the satisfaction of this hunt would feed more than just my body. It would feed the starving wolf inside me. It would be the first act of my new life. Not as a victim, but as a protector. Not as a rejected mate, but as a predator reclaiming her territory. And I would show them all what a woman with nothing left to lose was capable of. Chapter 5. The Scent of a Shadowed Ally. The Shadow Fen was a place of rot and silence, a place where the living forest surrendered to the slow, creeping death of the swamp. The air grew thick, heavy with the smell of stagnant water, decaying vegetation, and the cloying sweetness of marsh flowers that bloomed only in the gloom. Mist, thicker and colder than in the forest, coiled around the trunks of skeletal, waterlogged trees, their branches draped with long gray fingers of moss. The ground beneath my feet became soft, treacherous, a living thing that tried to suck the boots from my feet with every step. This was a place the pack avoided. It was considered cursed, haunted by the spirits of those who had been swallowed by the bog. But I felt no fear. The fen's oppressive atmosphere was a comfort, a reflection of the desolation inside me. Its silence was a balm to my frayed nerves. Here, there were no whispers of pity, no political machinations. There was only the stark, simple reality of life and death. My hunger, the raw, gnawing emptiness, had transformed. It was no longer a frantic craving, but a cold, coiled serpent in my gut. It was a predator's focus, a state of heightened awareness that sharpened all my senses. The pain of the broken bond was still a gaping wound, but the fen's chill seemed to cauterize its edges, turning the agony into a source of cold, clear rage. My wolf, too, had found a new purpose. She was no longer a wounded pup, but a silent stalker, her grief channeled into a deadly intent. I moved along the eastern edge of the marsh, just as Kaylin had instructed. The human trail was easier to follow here. The soft ground held their bootprints perfectly, deep and clumsy. They did not know how to walk in the wild. They crashed through the undergrowth, their movements heavy, their scent a foul, chemical stain on the pristine air. I could smell the silver on them, a sharp, offensive tang that made the roof of my mouth itch. I could also smell their fear. The fen was working on them, its ancient, malevolent spirit seeping into their bones. They were predators who had become prey without even realizing it. Through the mist, I caught a flicker of movement. I dropped into a crouch behind the gnarled roots of a fallen cypress, my bow held low. Two men, clad in dark, functional gear, were making their way slowly toward a massive, ancient willow that stood on a small rise of solid ground. Its weeping branches formed a dense curtain, and its base was a tangled mass of thick, exposed roots, creating a natural fortress. Tarak's lair. They were close, too close. One of the men was tall and lean, with a cruel, narrow face. He held a rifle, its barrel long and fitted with a scope. The other was shorter, broader, carrying a heavy crossbow. The bolts in the quiver on his back were tipped with the unmistakable milky gleam of silver. They moved with a tense, practiced caution, their eyes scanning the trees, but they were looking for a wolf. They were not looking for a woman with a yew-bow and a ghost in her heart. The taller man raised a hand, and they froze. He lifted a small electronic device. I could hear the faint, high-pitched whine it emitted. A scent detector or a motion sensor, perhaps. A human attempt to replicate the senses we were born with. Anything? The crossbowman whispered, his voice a harsh rasp. Something's off, the rifleman muttered. The air, it's dead. No birds, no squirrels, nothing. He lowered the device, his gaze sweeping the mist-shrouded trees. I don't like it. This place feels wrong. The old wolf is in there, the other insisted, nodding toward the willow. The intel was good, an ancient one. The pelt alone will fetch a fortune, never mind the prestige. Prestige. Fortune. They were here for sport, for glory. They would murder a sleeping elder for a trophy to hang on their wall. A fresh wave of fury, cold and pure, washed through me. The serpent of hunger in my gut uncoiled. I needed to wait for Kaylin. Our plan was to drive them, to use their fear against them. A direct confrontation would be foolish. I was one, they were two, armed with silver. I settled into my hiding place, my breathing slow and even, my body perfectly still. I became another shadow in a world of shadows. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The two men began to move again, their advance on the willow slow and deliberate. They were less than 50 yards from the entrance to the lair. My muscles screamed with the need to act, to send an arrow flying, but I held back, trusting the plan, trusting Kaylin. And then I felt it. A subtle shift in the air, a change in the pressure of the world. From the west, on the far side of the clearing, a presence emerged. It was not a sight or a sound, but a feeling. The feeling of a predator of immense power entering its hunting ground. The two men felt it too. They stopped dead, their heads snapping up, their weapons raised. "What was that?" the crossbowman hissed. The rifleman didn't answer. He was staring into the mist to the west, his knuckles white on the stock of his rifle. The silence that followed was absolute, a crushing weight, and then from the depths of the fog came a sound. It was the low, guttural growl of a great beast, a sound that vibrated not in the ears but in the bones. It was a sound of pure territorial rage, a promise of a violent, bloody death. Fear exploded from the two men in a sudden, pungent wave. Their carefully constructed hunter's bravado shattered in an instant. "Wolf," the rifleman breathed, his voice trembling. "A big one." That was my cue. I rose from my crouch in a single fluid motion. I drew my bow, the string tightening, the fletching of the arrow brushing my cheek. I did not aim for flesh. I aimed for their confidence. I released the string. The arrow flew, a silent black streak, and embedded itself with a solid thunk in the tree trunk just inches from the rifleman's head. He cried out, stumbling back, his hand flying to his face, as if to check it was still there. Both men spun around, their eyes wide with shock and terror, searching for the source of the attack. They had been so focused on the threat in front of them that they had completely forgotten their backs. A rookie mistake. Before they could recover, a second arrow sliced through the air, severing the strap of the crossbow slung over the shorter man's back. The heavy weapon clattered to the ground. He stared at it, then at the arrow quivering in the mud, his face a mask of disbelief. "We're surrounded," he shrieked, his voice cracking with panic. The growl from the west came again, closer this time, deeper and more menacing. And then a shape began to resolve itself in the mist. It was huge, far larger than any normal wolf, a creature of nightmare. A great dark-furred beast with eyes that burned like embers. Kaylin. His wolf form was magnificent and terrifying. He didn't charge. He just stood there, a silent, looming statue of death, his lips pulled back from teeth as long as my fingers. The two men were trapped. A visible, monstrous threat in front of them, and an invisible, deadly archer behind them. They were utterly undone. Their discipline, their training, it all evaporated in the face of primal fear. The crossbowman, in a fit of panic, scrambled for his fallen weapon. I sent a third arrow into the mud, just in front of his grasping fingers. He yelped and jerked his hand back. "Leave it!" the rifleman screamed. He fired a wild shot from his rifle in Kaylin's direction. The bullet, likely silver, zipped through the space where Kaylin had been a second before. But the great wolf was already gone, melting back into the mist as if he were made of smoke. The crack of the rifle shot was shockingly loud in the silence, a profane sound that echoed across the bog. It was the sound of their desperation. "This way," the rifleman yelled, grabbing his companion's arm and pulling him away. He chose the only path that seemed open to them, south, directly into the heart of the marsh. Exactly where we wanted them to go. They plunged into the bog, their heavy boots sinking into the thick, cloying mud. Their flight was a clumsy, frantic scramble. I moved with them, a silent shadow flitting through the trees on the solid ground of the fen's edge. I didn't need to shoot again. The fear was doing my work for me. From the mists, Kaylin began to herd them. He never showed his full form again. He was a flash of dark fur here, a terrifying amber-eyed stare from the reeds there. He used the fen's natural sounds, the sucking of the mud and the groan of shifting peat, and amplified them with his own snaps and snarls. The hunters were convinced a whole pack of demonic wolves was closing in on them. They were weeping now, crying out in terror as the mud sucked at their legs, pulling them deeper. The rifleman slipped and went down, his weapon swallowed by the murky water. He came up sputtering, covered in filth, his face a mask of pure horror. They had come here as conquerors, as masters of the wild. They would leave as broken, terrified men, if they left at all. Kaylin and I worked in perfect, unspoken sync. When they tried to veer toward solid ground, an arrow from my bow, or a terrifying snarl from the mists, would turn them back into the bog. We were two parts of a single hunting machine, our instincts and intentions perfectly aligned. I had never experienced anything like it. It was a bond forged not of fate or destiny, but of shared purpose and mutual respect for skill. It was cleaner, purer. Finally, they reached the sunken path, a notoriously treacherous part of the fen where the peat was thin and could give way without warning. They were exhausted, covered in mud, their spirits completely broken. They had dropped their gear, their only thought to escape the unseen horrors that plagued them. Kaylin gave a final, triumphant howl from deep within the fen. It was not a sound of aggression, but of victory. It was the sound of a king reclaiming his domain. The two hunters, hearing it, gave a final, desperate surge of adrenaline and scrambled out of the far side of the bog, disappearing into the woods. Their panicked retreat a trail of broken branches and desperate, sobbing breaths. They would not be back, and the story they would tell would serve as a far better deterrent than their corpses ever could. The silence that descended was profound. The fen was still again, its grim work done. I stood on the edge of the solid ground, my bow held loosely in my hand, my heart hammering in my chest. The hunger inside me was gone. It had been replaced by a deep, satisfying hum of adrenaline and accomplishment. I had faced a threat. I had protected my territory. I had not been a victim. I had been a warrior. A few moments later, Kaylin emerged from the mist. He was in his human form again, his leathers damp but otherwise showing no sign of the recent chase. He moved to my side, his presence a solid, reassuring weight. He smelled of the marsh, of cold mud and wet fur, but also of a clean primal power. He looked out over the bog where the hunters had struggled. "They will not forget today," he said, his voice a low rumble. "Fear is a more effective teacher," I quoted his own words back to him. He turned his head, his amber eyes meeting mine. The faint cold semblance of a smile touched his lips again. "You learn quickly." He glanced at the bow in my hand, then at the spot where my first arrow still quivered in the tree near Tarek's lair. "Your father taught you well." I have not seen an arrow fly so true since he fell. The mention of my father was an unexpected blow, a sharp pang of grief in the midst of my triumph. "He was a good teacher," I said, my voice quiet. "He was," Kaylin agreed. He looked at me, his gaze analytical, searching. "You have his eyes, but you have your mother's fire. She was of the mountain clans, did you know? Like me. She did not bend easily." I stared at him, shocked. No one ever spoke of my mother's heritage. It was an unspoken rule that she had left her past behind when she bonded with my father, a Silverwood Creek wolf. I didn't know. Silas and the Vayners do not like to be reminded that some of our strongest blood comes from outside their precious inbred lines, he said, the contempt in his voice unmistakable. They prefer their history neat and tidy, but the wild does not make for tidy stories. He was giving me a gift, a piece of my own history that had been deliberately hidden from me. He was showing me that my strength, my defiance, was not an anomaly, it was my heritage. He was an ally, not just in a fight, but in the truth. He was showing me that I was not alone in my distrust of the pack's leadership. "The hunters," I said, changing the subject, feeling suddenly vulnerable. "Why now? They were never this bold before." Kaylin's face grew grim. "Something has changed. Their numbers are growing. They are better organized. They have new silver, better intel." He looked toward the south, in the direction of the den. "A sickness in the roots of a tree will invite pests into the branches. Our pack has been sick for a long time." It was a damning indictment of the Vayners' rule. He was confirming every fear, every suspicion I had. The internal rot was weakening us, making us vulnerable to the dangers outside. I looked at him, at this quiet, deadly enforcer who seemed to see everything, who operated by his own code. Why did you help me? Why did you trust me? He met my gaze without flinching. I did not help you. We had a common goal. He paused, his amber eyes seeming to look straight through me. As for trust, I do not trust the wolf who cries when a bond is broken. I trust the one who picks up her bow and goes for a hunt. With that, he gave me a curt nod, the same gesture of respect he had given in the den. He turned and began to walk back into the forest, his form quickly swallowed by the trees. He left me standing on the edge of the shadow fen, the scent of him, fine in granite and cold, clean wilderness, lingering in the air, the scent of a shadowed ally. I stood there for a long time, the bow still in my hand. The void in my chest was still there, a permanent scar on my soul. But for the first time, it did not feel like an emptiness. It felt like a space that had been cleared, a space where I could build something new, something stronger, something that was entirely my own. The hunt had sated the hunger, but it had awakened something far more powerful, a purpose. And I knew, with a certainty that settled deep in my bones, that this was only the beginning. Chapter 6. Weaving a Ghost's Memory. The journey back to the den was a retreat from one reality into another. The wild, visceral clarity of the hunt receded with every step I took away from the shadow fen, replaced by the suffocating weight of what awaited me. The clean, sharp sense of the deep woods gave way to the more familiar, complex tapestry of pack territory. The scent markings of patrols on the trees, the faint, distant smell of hearth smoke, the underlying musk of hundreds of shifters living in close proximity. To my altered senses, it no longer smelled like home. It smelled like a cage. The satisfaction of the morning's work had settled into a hard, dense knot in my belly. It wasn't triumph, not yet. It was simply the grim contentment of a task completed. The fear I had instilled in the hunters was a shield. The unspoken alliance with Kaelin was a hidden blade, and the knowledge of my mother's heritage was a seed, planted in the barren ground of my soul, waiting for the right time to grow. These were my new weapons, the tools I would use to dismantle the life that had been stolen from me, and to build another in its place. As I approached the clearing that housed the main entrance to the den, I paused beneath the shadow of a sentinel pine. I had to prepare myself. Inside those stone walls, I was not Celine the huntress, the silent partner to the pack's deadliest enforcer. I was Celine Merrick, the rejected mate, a pariah, a thing of pity and scorn. I would be walking into a sea of whispers, and I had to be ready to swim, not drown. I took a deep, steadying breath, pulling the cool air into my lungs. I reached for the cold void inside my chest, the wound where the bond had been. I had spent the morning running from its pain. Now I embraced it. I let the icy agony wash over me, and I used it to build a wall. I packed the coldness around my heart, layered it over my emotions, until my face was a placid, unreadable mask, and my scent was a neutral, calm slate. They expected to see a shattered woman. I would show them a statue carved from ice. When I finally stepped out of the tree line and into the clearing, the effect was immediate. 2 warriors guarding the entrance, young males who had once looked at me with a mixture of respect and admiration, now stared with wide, shocked eyes. Their sense flared with confusion and a heavy, cloying odor of pity. They had expected me to be huddled in my room, weeping. They had not expected me to be walking in from the forest at midday. My bow in my hand, my hunting leathers stained with mud and fen water, looking as if I had just returned from a routine patrol. I met their gazes without flinching, giving them a curt, dismissive nod as I passed between them and into the den. Their stammered greetings died on their lips. The first seeds of confusion were sown. The great hall was subdued, the embers of the celebratory bonfire now a sullen, smoking pit. The energy of the previous night had curdled into a tense, uneasy quiet. Pack members were scattered in small groups, their conversations dropping to hushed whispers as I entered. Every head turned, every eye fixed on me. I felt their gazes like a physical weight, 100 tiny pinpricks on my skin. I could smell their emotions on the air, the overwhelming stench of pity from the older females, the sharp, curious scent of the unmated pups, the wary, guarded scent of the warriors, and beneath it all, the sour odor of contempt from those who saw my rejection as a stain on the pack's honor. I ignored them all. I walked through the center of the hall, my head held high, my steps measured and even. My destination was the kitchens. The primal hunger had been sated by the hunt's adrenaline, but my human body was now demanding its due. A simple, mundane act like eating a meal in public was, in itself, an act of defiance. It was a declaration that my life was not over. I had almost reached the kitchens when a familiar, honey-sweet voice called my name. "Celine, oh Celine, thank the goddess!" Lyra rushed toward me, her face a perfect mask of worried relief. She threw her arms around me, a gesture that was both theatrical and possessive. She was marking me with her scent, claiming me as her poor, tragic friend to be pitied and protected. Her scent was a nauseating blend of juniper, false sorrow, and a sharp underlying tang of triumph. I did not return the hug. I stood stiffly in her embrace until she pulled away, her brow furrowed with practiced concern. "We were all so worried. You weren't in your room. No one had seen you since last night. I was afraid you had... I don't know what I was afraid of." "I went for a hunt," I said, my voice cool and even. I deliberately looked down at my muddy boots and stained leathers. The air in the den felt stale. Lyra's eyes widened. "A hunt? Alone? Celine, after what you've been through, you shouldn't be. It's not safe." "On the contrary," I said, letting a small, cold smile touch my lips. I leaned in, as if sharing a secret, my voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. It was very clarifying. You'd be amazed what you can see when you're looking for a hunter's trail. It's so easy to spot the signs of a predator trying to hide its tracks, once you know what to look for. I held her gaze, letting the double meaning hang in the air between us. The color drained from her face. Her mask of concern slipped, revealing a flicker of pure, unadulterated panic in her eyes. She thought I was talking about her. She thought I knew. The fear that bloomed from her was a sweet, satisfying perfume. I don't know what you mean," she stammered, taking a small step back. "Don't you?" I replied softly, my smile never wavering. I then straightened up, my voice returning to a normal volume for the benefit of those who were shamelessly listening. "Thank you for your concern, Lyra, but as you can see, I'm perfectly fine. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'm starving." I turned and walked away, leaving her standing in the middle of the hall, her face pale and her mind no doubt racing. I had not accused her of anything. I had simply held up a mirror, and she had shown me her own guilty reflection. The ghost's memory was now her poison. Let her drink it down. In the kitchens, I took a trencher of bread and a thick slice of roasted boar. I ate standing by the hearth, ignoring the cook's pitying glances. I ate slowly, deliberately, forcing the food down past the knot of pain in my chest. Each bite was an affirmation. I am alive. I will endure. I am still here. I had just finished when a new presence entered the kitchens, his authority silencing the low chatter of the kitchen staff. My Uncle Silas stood in the doorway, his arms crossed over his chest, his expression a carefully crafted mixture of stern disapproval and paternal concern. "Celine," he said, his voice a low command. "A word, in my study." He didn't wait for a reply, simply turned and walked away, expecting me to follow like an obedient pup. I took a moment to place my empty trencher on the table before I went after him. I would not be hurried. I would not be cowed. His study was smaller than the Alpha's, more functional, filled with maps of the territory and patrol rosters. It smelled of ink, old paper, and his own scent of dry leaves and quiet, simmering ambition. He closed the door behind us, shutting us in. Running off into the woods alone was an act of profound foolishness, he began, his tone that of a disappointed father. In your delicate state, you are a danger to yourself. My state is not delicate, uncle, I replied, my voice firm. I met his gaze directly. There would be no whispers or innuendo with Silas. He dealt in power, and I would meet him on that ground. And I was not in any danger from the forest. Were you not? He countered, raising a skeptical eyebrow. Grief can cloud the judgment. It can make one reckless. My judgment is clearer than it has been in a long time, I said. For instance, I was clear-headed enough to notice the signs of human hunters deep inside our territory, near the Shadow Fen. They were armed with silver. They were hunting Tarak. The blood drained from his face, replaced by a dark, angry flush. His mask of concern vanished, replaced by the fury of a man whose authority had been challenged. You have no idea what you're talking about, he snarled. You are an emotional, rejected girl seeing shadows where there are none. Am I asked. My calm a stark contrast to his rising anger. Their tracks were fresh. Their scent blockers couldn't hide the smell of their silver-tipped crossbow bolts. They were professionals. It's a serious breach of our borders, uncle. As Beta, I assume your patrols have already reported it to you? It was a direct challenge. I was accusing him of incompetence, of failing in his most basic duty to protect the pack, and we both knew he had no report, because his patrols were either lazy or he had deliberately kept them away from that area. The silence stretched, thick with his fury. He was staring at me as if seeing me for the first time. The grieving niece had been replaced by a stranger, a woman who spoke of patrol routes and hunter tactics. You will confine yourself to the den, he finally said, his voice a low, threatening growl. He was abandoning persuasion for a direct order. For your own safety, your patrols are suspended until I decide otherwise. That is my final word. Of course, uncle, I said with a small, submissive incline of my head. I would give him the illusion of victory. Let him think he had caged me. A cage could be a sanctuary, a place to think, to plan. And he had forgotten that I was no longer bound by the pack's laws in the same way. A rejected female had no official duties, and no duties meant no obligations. I left his study, the feeling of his angry, suspicious gaze burning into my back. I had successfully unsettled both Lyra and Silas. I had taken their power, her emotional manipulation, his political authority, and turned it back on them. But the day was not over. There was one more confrontation to face. I found him by the creek, skipping stones across the water's surface. The sun was high now, and the light glittered on the water, on his dark hair, on the tense, powerful muscles of his shoulders. Darian. He looked haggard, exhausted. The bond severing had not been a clean cut for him either. He had felt the backlash, the echo of my pain. Good. He must have sensed my approach because he stiffened, but he didn't turn around. Go away, Celine, he said, his voice rough. I walked to the water's edge, a few yards away from him. I came to thank you again, I said, my voice soft, carrying easily on the quiet air. He spun around, his silver eyes blazing with a mixture of anger and disbelief. Thank me? For what? For ruining your life? For making you a pariah? For showing me the truth, I replied calmly. You were right, the bond was flawed. The goddess didn't make a mistake, but we would have been a disaster together. He stared at me, his mouth slightly agape. This was the last thing he expected to hear. He had likely spent the night steeling himself against my tears, my accusations, my hatred. He had not prepared for my agreement. What are you saying? He stammered. I'm saying you made the right choice, Darian. For both of us, I said. And the truly terrible part was, I almost meant it. The life we would have had together, the one from my first life, was a lie built on betrayal. He had done me a favor by burning it down. You need a Luna who is politically strong, someone who can navigate the currents of power in this pack. Someone like Lyra, perhaps. I was never that person. My heart was too simple, too trusting. You would have grown to resent my weakness. And I paused, letting my gaze sweep over him, a cool, dispassionate appraisal. Would have grown to despise your compromises. He flinched as if I had struck him. The phantom limb of the bond ached with the echo of his pain. He felt the truth in my words. "That's not true," he said, but his voice lacked conviction. The bond was a beautiful idea," I interrupted gently. "A fairy tale we tell our pups. But we are not pups anymore, are we? We are adults with duties and responsibilities. And you did your duty. You chose the pack over a flawed mate. You should be proud." I was absolving him of his guilt. I was taking away his justifications for anger. And in doing so, I was taking away all of his power over me. He could not hurt me if I agreed that he had done the right thing. He could not rage against me if I offered no resistance. He was left with nothing but his own choices, his own weakness. "I don't understand you," he whispered, his silver eyes filled with a desperate confusion. "You should hate me." "Oh, Darian," I said, and for the first time I felt a flicker of genuine pity for him. He was a prince who had been given a crown, but had no idea how to rule. He was a pawn in a game he didn't even see. Hate is such a useless emotion. It requires far too much energy, and I'm going to need all of mine for what comes next. I turned and walked away, leaving him standing by the water's edge, more alone than he had ever been in his life. I had severed the final emotional tie. He was no longer my mate, my tormentor, my object of love or hate. He was simply the alpha's son, a man who had made a choice, and he would have to live with it. I retreated to the sanctuary of my room. The day's confrontations had left me utterly drained. The icy walls I had built were beginning to crack, and the pain of the wound was seeping through. I lay on my bed, the exhaustion settling deep into my bones, but this time it was not the exhaustion of despair. It was the weariness of a soldier after a successful battle. I had survived the first day. I had faced my enemies and shown them a new face, a face they did not recognize and could not predict. I had taken their expectations and shattered them. I had started to weave the threads of my ghost's memory into the fabric of their reality. My thoughts drifted to Kaylin's words. "Your mother was of the mountain clans. She did not bend easily." And I thought of the old wolf, Tarak, the keeper of lore, who lived a hermit's life near the Shadowfen. Silas had confined me to the den, but he had underestimated me. He saw the girl I had been, not the woman I was becoming. A cage could be a sanctuary, but its door could also be open from the inside. I would obey Silas, for now. I would let them think they had contained me. I would let them watch the broken, rejected girl. And in the shadows, I would learn. I would plan. I would find Tarak. I would uncover the truth about my mother, about the hunters, about the sickness in the heart of my pack. I was weaving a new fate, using the threads of a life that was already over. And this time, I would be the one holding the shears. Chapter 7. A Bond That Refuses to Break. The days that followed fell into a strange, suffocating rhythm. Silas's decree had, on the surface, been effective. I was a prisoner in my own home, a ghost haunting the familiar corridors of the den. I woke, I ate, I walked the common halls, and I endured. The pack, taking its cue from the beta, treated me with a stifling mixture of pity and caution. I was a broken thing, a fragile vessel to be handled with care, lest I shatter completely. They spoke to me in soft, gentle tones, their eyes filled with a sorrow that was more for their own discomfort than for my actual pain. They did not see the woman standing before them. They saw a cautionary tale. I let them. I played the part they had assigned me. I was quiet, withdrawn, my eyes often distant. I offered them nothing of my true self. My grief was a cloak I wore, a perfect camouflage that allowed me to move among them unseen. They thought they were watching me, but in truth, I was watching them. I listened to the whispers that stopped when I entered a room. I noted the alliances in the glances exchanged over the dinner table. I saw Lyra, constantly at Darian's side, her hand on his arm, her scent of juniper and ambition clinging to him like a shroud. She was positioning herself, staking her claim in the vacuum my absence had created. And I watched Darian. He was a thundercloud, a storm of repressed misery and rage. He threw himself into his training with a savage intensity, his warriors barely able to keep up. He was short-tempered with his father, dismissive of the council elders, and a cold, empty slate to Lyra's cloying affections. He was a man tearing himself apart from the inside out. I knew this not only from observation, but from the terrible phantom echoes that still connected us. The bond was broken, the bridge between our souls demolished, but its foundations remained, buried deep in the bedrock of our beings. And sometimes, when his control slipped, the raw force of his emotions would arc across the chasm and strike me like lightning. It would come without warning. I would be mending a tunic in my room, and suddenly a wave of suffocating frustration, not my own, would wash over me, leaving me breathless. I would be walking by the training grounds, and the phantom taste of his bloodlust and regret would fill my mouth. He was in agony. The rejection, which he had wielded as a clean, sharp blade to sever me, had turned out to be a jagged, poisoned shard left embedded in his own soul. He had thought to cut me off and cauterize the wound, but he had only succeeded in creating a festering infection. A part of me, a dark, vengeful part, took a grim satisfaction in his suffering, but another, older part, the part that remembered the boy who had once shown me a hawk's nest high in the pines, felt a pang of something akin to sorrow. He had built his own cage, and it was far more effective than the one Silas had built for me. My cage at least had a library. The pack's archives were a dusty, forgotten chamber tucked away in the deepest part of the den. It was a place of silence, smelling of decaying parchment and the ghosts of long-dead scribes. No one ever came here. The Vaynars preferred their history to be an oral tradition, passed down through grand speeches by the bonfire, a history they could edit and shape to their will. The written word was permanent. It was dangerous. And so the archives were left to rot. For me, they became a sanctuary. I spent my days there, under the guise of seeking solace in solitude. No one questioned it. The broken girl, hiding from the world in a room full of dead things, was a story that made perfect sense to them. But I was not hiding. I was digging. I was excavating the truth from a mountain of lies. My first search was for my mother, Alara of the Granite Peak clan. I scoured the lineage scrolls, the records of bonding ceremonies, the pack census logs. Her name was there, a simple entry, Alara bonded to Kaelin Merrick, deceased. There was no mention of her clan, no note of her origins. It was as if she had sprung from the earth at the edge of our territory, with no past, no family, no history of her own. She had been deliberately, systematically erased. The message was clear. To join Silverwood Creek was to abandon all that you were before, to be assimilated. The thought sent a chill down my spine. My mother, who Kaelin said did not bend easily, had been forced to break. My next search was for maps, old maps. The official territorial surveys in Silas's study were neat, modern, and lacking in detail about the wilder, less traveled northern territories. The Shadowfen was depicted as a simple, amorphous smudge of green, labeled untable ground. But here, in the archives, I found the work of the old scouts, shifters who had walked every inch of this land before the Vaynars decided some parts were not worth knowing. I unrolled a massive, brittle sheet of hide, its surface covered in the faded, spidery script of a scribe long dead. It was a topographical survey from over a century ago. The Shadowfen was rendered in exquisite, terrifying detail. Every pool of black water, every treacherous patch of sucking mud, every narrow, winding game trail was marked. And there, on a small, protected rise, in the very heart of the marsh, was a tiny, hand-drawn symbol of a willow tree. Beside it, a single word, Sanctuary Terax Lair. I was tracing the faint lines with my fingertip, memorizing the safest path through the marsh, when the bond flared. It was the most violent echo yet. It struck me not as a wave, but as a physical blow. A blinding, white-hot pain exploded behind my eyes. The scent of ozone and burning rage filled my nostrils. The dusty archives vanished, and for a terrifying, disorienting second, I was somewhere else. I was in the Alpha study, the air thick with tension. I saw through Darian's eyes. His father, Alpha Vaynar, stood before him, his face a mask of cold fury. Silas was there, a silent, approving shadow at the Alpha's shoulder. Words, not my own, echoed in my mind. A chaotic jumble of Darian's thoughts. Cannot be Luna, a disgrace. Lyra is of a good bloodline, strong, she will secure the alliance with the Redstone Pack. Your duty is to the pack, not to your sentimentality. And then a flash of an image, so vivid it stole my breath. My own face as I had looked at him by the creek, my expression calm and my eyes filled with a pity he couldn't comprehend. The image was followed by a wave of such profound, gut-wrenching regret that it felt like a physical tearing in his chest. His pain, his loss. It was a gaping wound, and they were trying to fill it with politics and ambition. He roared his denial, a silent internal scream of a trapped animal. No, it was a mistake. The vision shattered. I was back in the archives, on my knees, gasping for breath. My hands were braced against the floor, and my heart was hammering against my ribs as if trying to escape. Sweat beaded on my forehead. The pain behind my eyes slowly subsided, leaving a dull, throbbing ache. So that was the truth of it. They were already arranging his next bonding. To Lyra, an alliance with the Redstone Pack, our ambitious, often hostile neighbors to the east. My rejection hadn't just been about my perceived weakness. It had been a political assassination, clearing the way for a more profitable union. Darian had been a party to it, a willing executioner, but now the reality of his choice, the permanence of it, was crashing down on him. He was trapped in the cage he had helped them build, and a part of him, the part that still echoed in my soul, was screaming for the mate he had thrown away. The knowledge was a cold, hard stone in my gut. It brought me no comfort, only a deeper understanding of the rottenness that pervaded the Vayner court. My personal tragedy was just a footnote in their grand political game. Shakily, I got to my feet, leaning against the table for support. My eyes fell back to the map. Sanctuary. The word seemed to glow with a new meaning. It was more than just a place. It was a promise of a truth outside of this den of vipers. As I began to carefully roll up the precious map, my fingers brushed against something tucked deep inside the leather tube it was stored in. It was another scroll, smaller, rolled tightly, and tied with a simple leather thong. It was not ancient hide. It was newer parchment, still supple. My heart gave a sudden hard thump. This had not been here before. My fingers, trembling slightly, worked at the knot. I unrolled the scroll. It was another map, but this one was drawn in a bolder, more recent hand. It was a detailed map of the Northern Territories, from the den to the very edge of the Shadowfen. It showed the current patrol routes, marked in red ink, and it showed other paths, older, forgotten trails that bypassed the patrols completely, marked in black. A single dark charcoal X marked the spot by the great willow. There was no signature, no note, but I knew the hand that drew it. It was the work of a scout, an enforcer. It was the work of someone who knew the wilderness as if it were his own skin. It was Kalen's work. He had left it for me. He knew what I was looking for. He knew Silas had confined me, and he had, in his own silent, uncompromising way, given me a key. He was not just a passive ally who would help in a crisis. He was an active conspirator. He was helping me defy the Beta's command. I stared at the map, at the clear, safe path he had drawn for me. He was trusting me, not with words or promises, but with something far more valuable, information. He was betting on me, on the woman who picked up her bow and went for a hunt. He was betting that I would not stay in my cage. It was all the confirmation I needed. My path, which had been a desperate, half-formed hope, was now a clear, tangible line drawn in ink. That evening, as the pack gathered in the great hall for the evening meal, Lyra chose her moment. She approached me as I sat alone at an empty table near the edge of the hall, a deliberate outcast. She carried 2 bowls of stew, placing one in front of me with a flourish of compassionate concern. "I brought you something, Celine," she said, her voice loud enough for the nearby tables to hear. "You need to keep your strength up." She sat opposite me, her expression one of deep, sisterly worry. It was a masterful performance. She was Lyra the caregiver, the loyal friend, tending to the broken thing the pack had cast aside. She was showing everyone, especially Darian, who was watching from the Alpha's table, her suitability to be Luna. A Luna cares for all members of the pack, even the fallen. "Thank you, Lyra," I said, my voice quiet but clear. I did not touch the stew. "You know," she continued, leaning forward conspiratorially, "my mother has some mending that needs to be done. Simple work. It might be good for you to keep your hands busy, to feel useful again." The insult was exquisite. Wrapped in a perfect bow of feigned kindness, she was offering me charity, busy work, the kind of tasks given to omegas and the elderly. She was trying to publicly cement my new, lower status. I looked at her, my eyes holding hers. I let the silence stretch, forcing her to endure the weight of the pack's attention. Her smile began to feel strained. "That is very kind of you," I said finally, my voice as cool and smooth as polished river stone. "But I have no need to mend what has been discarded." I pushed the bowl of stew she had brought me gently back toward her side of the table. I find I have no appetite for things that have been offered in bad faith. I rose from the table, my movements fluid and unhurried. "But please, enjoy your meal. It seems you have a hunger for things that don't belong to you. I'd hate to see you go without." I turned and walked away, not looking back. A wave of shocked silence followed in my wake. I had not shouted. I had not made a scene. I had simply taken her weapon of condescending pity and plunged it neatly into her own heart. Back in my room, under the pale light of the rising moon, I laid Kaylin's map out on my bed. The path was clear. The time for hiding in archives and playing mind games was over. Silas thought he had me in a cage. Darian thought he had broken me. Lyra thought she had buried me. They were all wrong. My name is Celine Merrick, and I am the ghost who is about to walk out of her own grave. Chapter 8. Blood Spilled Before Its Time. The den slept a dead, dreamless sleep. The moon, a sliver of bone in the ink-black sky, offered little light, and for that, I was grateful. Shadows were my allies tonight. I moved through the corridors I had known my entire life, but they felt alien, the passages of a stranger's tomb. Every sleeping breath I heard from behind a closed door was a potential alarm. Every shifting stone under my feet, a potential betrayal. I carried little. My yew bow and a full quiver were slung over my shoulder. A small leather pack held a water skin, a whetstone, a coil of sinew rope, and the 2 maps, the ancient survey and Kaylin's secret gift, wrapped in oilcloth. It was the sum of my new life, and it felt impossibly light. The heaviest thing I carried was the silence in my own heart. Silas had confined me, but his authority was a fence built around a wolf who had already learned to fly. His command was based on the assumption that I was still bound by the pack's social conventions, that I feared ostracism more than stagnation. He did not know that I had already been cast into the void. I had nothing left to fear from falling. Kaylin's map was a living thing in my mind. I had spent the last 2 days poring over it, memorizing every line, every symbol, every forgotten path that would lead me north unseen. His routes were clever, following dry creek beds and the shadowed lee of ancient ridges, places the pack patrols, grown complacent in their routines, would never think to check. It was the map of a man who knew not only the land, but the laziness of his own pack. Reaching the exit on the lowest level of the den, the one used for secretly disposing of waste, was the first test. It was unguarded, but the corridor leading to it was long and straight. I moved in a low crouch, a shadow flowing over stone. My senses stretched to their absolute limit. I could hear the slow, rhythmic drip of water from the ceiling, the scuttling of a mouse in the walls, the distant, dreaming whimper of a pup in the nurseries above. The air was cold, smelling of damp earth and rot, the den's underbelly. It felt fitting. I was leaving through the pack's hidden, unclean places, for I was now one of its hidden, unclean secrets. The heavy stone that served as a door groaned in protest as I put my shoulder to it, a sound that seemed as loud as a thunderclap in the oppressive silence. I froze, my heart leaping into my throat. Every muscle tense to either fight or flee. I waited, counting the slow, steady beats of my own pulse. 1, 2, 10, 20, nothing. The den slept on, oblivious. I slipped through the narrow opening and into the night. The moment the cold, clean air of the forest hit my face, I felt a profound, shuddering sense of release. It was like breaking the surface of the water after being held under for too long. I took a deep, greedy breath, filling my lungs with the scent of pine and cold stone, and the promise of wilderness. The oppressive, complex stench of the den, of politics and lies and pity, was washed away. I did not run. I moved with a steady, ground-eating pace, my feet falling into the silent rhythm of the hunter. I followed Kaylin's path, the black lines on the map translating into a physical reality beneath my feet. The journey was a silent conversation with my unseen ally. Here was a game trail he knew the patrols ignored. Here was a rocky outcrop that offered a perfect vantage point to watch for any pursuit. He had not just given me a path, he had armed me with his own knowledge, his own tactical awareness. He was teaching me how to be a ghost in my own territory. As I put distance between myself and the den, the phantom limb of the bond began to change. The sharp, unexpected jolts of Darian's turmoil ceased. The connection stretched, thinned by the miles, until it became a constant, low-frequency hum of pain at the base of my skull. It was no longer a violation, an invasion of his emotions into my own. It was simply a scar, a dull, permanent ache that reminded me of the amputation. It was better. I could function with a scar. The moon set, and the darkness became absolute, a thick velvet curtain that would have blinded a human. For me, it was just a deeper shade of twilight. My wolf's eyes saw the world in shades of gray and silver, every rock and root perfectly defined. My wolf, who had been a wounded, cowering thing inside the den's walls, began to stir. The wild was her home. The silence, the solitude, the hunt. This was what she was born for. She was still broken, the mate bond a core part of her identity that had been ripped out. But here at least she could breathe. Here she could begin to heal. By the time the first faint hint of dawn bruised the eastern sky, I had reached the edge of the shadow fen. The air grew still and heavy, the scent of rot and decay, a familiar greeting. Last time I was here, I had been driven by a raw, primal hunger. Now I was driven by a colder, more calculated need. The hunger for truth. The mist was a living thing, a pale, silent beast that coiled through the skeletal trees. I did not fear it. I pulled Kaylin's map from my pack, its lines now almost invisible in the gloom, but I no longer needed it. I had the ancient survey memorized. I knew the sunken path, the whispering reeds, the pool of sorrows. I knew the way. Navigating the marsh was a delicate, dangerous dance. I tested every footstep before committing my weight, using my bow as a probe to check the ground ahead. The bog gurgled and sighed around me, the ghosts of its victims whispering in the sucking sounds of the peat. But the path I followed was solid, a hidden spine of stone and tangled roots just beneath the surface of the mire. It was a path that only a creature of the fen itself, or one who had studied its secrets, could possibly know. As I drew closer to the heart of the marsh, a new scent reached me, cutting through the thick odor of decay. It was the smell of wood smoke, faint and laced with the sharp, herbal fragrance of burning nightshade and wolfsbane. It was a scent ward, a warning to any shifter who might approach. a sign of a wolf who wanted to be left alone. The great willow rose from the mist like a mountain, its sheer size and age a testament to a time before the pack, before the Vayners. It was a living monument, its weeping branches a curtain between worlds, its gnarled roots a fortress. It was the sanctuary from the map. I stopped at the edge of the solid ground on which it grew, about 50 yards from its base. I would not approach unannounced. To do so would be a sign of aggression, a challenge. This was Tarak's territory, his den. I was the intruder. I unstrung my bow, a clear sign of non-aggression, and leaned it against a cypress knee. I stood in the open, my hands loose at my sides, and I waited. I let my scent drift on the still air, the scent of a lone she-wolf, of sorrow, of a broken bond, and of the cold, hard resolve that had grown in its place. I let him read my story on the wind. Minutes stretched into an eternity. The fen was silent. The mist swirled. I began to wonder if he was even there, if the hunters had been right and he was too old, too weak to sense my approach. I began to wonder if I had come all this way for nothing. "You are far from your pack, little Merrick." The voice came from everywhere and nowhere at once. It was a low, gravelly rumble, like stones grinding together at the bottom of a river. It was old, impossibly old, and it held a power that had nothing to do with alpha authority and everything to do with a deep, unshakable connection to the earth itself. I scanned the curtain of willow branches, the tangled roots. I saw nothing. He was there, watching me, but he remained unseen. "I am no longer of their pack," I called back, my voice steady, betraying none of the sudden, sharp tension that coiled in my gut. "No," the voice rumbled. "You are not. A lamb cast out of the fold. What do you want here? This is no place for frightened sheep." "I am not a lamb," I said, my voice hardening. "And I am not frightened. I came seeking knowledge." A low, dry chuckle echoed through the mist. It was a humorless sound. "Knowledge is a heavy stone. Most who seek it find they are not strong enough to carry it. They are crushed beneath its weight. Go home, child. Nurse your wounds. Forget what you think you need to know." "My wounds are not the kind that can be nursed," I replied, taking a half-step forward. "And the home you speak of is a cage full of liars. I will not go back, not until I have answers." The silence that followed was different. It was appraising, considering. I had not pleaded. I had not crumbled. I had stood my ground. Slowly, a section of the tangled roots at the base of the willow seemed to shift. A shadow detached itself from the deeper shadows of the lair. A man emerged, unfolding himself from the earth like an ancient, hibernating creature, waking from a long sleep. He was old, older than any shifter I had ever seen. His long hair and beard were the color of sun-bleached bone, braided with small carved stones and raven feathers. His skin was tanned and leathered, a roadmap of wrinkles that spoke of 1,000 seasons under the sun and moon. He was stooped, his back bent, but his shoulders were still broad, and the hand that rested on a gnarled staff of willow wood was large and calloused, still capable of immense strength. He wore simple, untanned hides, and his feet were bare, his toes gnarled and gripping the earth as if they were an extension of the willow's roots. But it was his eyes that held me. They were a pale, milky blue, clouded with age, but they seemed to see more than my own. They were the eyes of a wolf who had stared into the heart of the moon for so long that he had stolen some of its ancient silver light. They fixed on me, and I felt as if my entire life, both the one I had lived and the one I had died, was being laid bare before him. He took a slow, shuffling step forward, his movements stiff. He sniffed the air, his nostrils flaring, his head tilted. It was a gesture of pure wolf. "You carry the scent of my old friend Kaelin Merrick's son," he said, his voice softer now, closer. "And you carry his bow, a fine weapon, but you are not your father." "No," I said, "I am not." He shuffled closer still, his clouded eyes unblinking. He was so close now I could smell him, the scent of damp earth, of wood smoke, of old fur, and of something else. the clean, sharp scent of ozone, of a power that lay dormant, Ethad, but was far from dead. "You are your mother's daughter," he rasped, a flicker of something, a memory, passing through his gaze. "Ilara, she had a fire in her, a mountain fire. The Vayners tried to smother it, but they only banked the embers. I see them glowing in you." My breath caught in my throat. He had known her. He knew the truth. He raised a hand, his fingers gnarled and stained with earth. He did not touch me, but held his hand a few inches from my face, as if feeling the heat of me, reading the energy that rolled off my skin. His brow furrowed, his ancient face creasing into a mask of profound confusion and disbelief. "But there is something else here," he growled, his voice dropping to a whisper of awe and dread. "A scent I have not smelled in 500 years. The scent of a soul that has been unstitched from the loom of fate and woven back in the wrong place." He lowered his hand, his milky eyes boring into mine. He saw it. He saw the truth I carried, the secret that was impossible, the ghost in my soul. "You smell of winter," he growled, the sound a deep vibration in the air. "The winter of the grave, the stench of a bond broken by death, not by choice." He leaned in, his face inches from mine, his breath a puff of cold air against my cheek. His eyes, for a moment, seemed to clear, the cloudy film receding to reveal a piercing, terrifying clarity. "But you also carry the scent of the thaw," he whispered, his voice a mixture of wonder and fear. "The scent of a second moon. Tell me, little ghost, how does it feel to die twice?" Chapter 9. The Traitor's Smile. The old wolf's question was not a question. It was a key, turning a lock deep inside me that I hadn't even known existed. The carefully constructed walls of ice I had built around my heart, the calm facade, the cold fury, it all shattered into a million pieces. Here, in the heart of this haunted marsh, before a creature of myth and memory, the ghost I had been hiding was finally, truly seen. A single shuddering breath escaped my lips, a sound of such profound, ragged relief that it was almost a sob. The story, the impossible, agonizing truth of it, clawed its way up my throat, a torrent held back for too long. "I remember the cold," I began, my voice a raw whisper. "That's what I remember most. The cold of the forest floor seeping into my back, the cold of their eyes as they stood over me." Tarek did not move. He simply stood before me, a statue of ancient patience, his milky eyes fixed on my face. He was not just listening, he was bearing witness. And so I told him. I gave him the whole, ugly story, the words tumbling out of me, a confession poured into the silent heart of the fen. I spoke of the choosing, of the brilliant, searing joy of the bond snapping into place, a moment of perfect fated connection. I described the walk to the Alpha's study, the chill of Darien silence, the shadows that danced on the walls like hungry beasts. I spoke the word, the one that had been my death sentence, rejected. I let him feel the agony of the bonds tearing, the sensation of my soul being ripped in half. My voice broke as I recounted the year that followed, the year of being a ghost while I was still alive, the pity that felt like acid, the whispers that were like tiny sharp stones thrown at my back. I told him of Lyra's poisonous comfort, her hands always on me, her scent of juniper and envy a constant, cloying presence. I told him of Silas's cold, pragmatic cruelty, the way he had used my pain to isolate me, to paint me as unstable, a broken thing to be locked away for the good of the pack. And I told him of the end, the hunt under the full moon, the ambush, the wolves I had known since I was a pup, their faces twisted into feral masks of madness I hadn't understood. I described the teeth, the tearing flesh, the coppery taste of my own lifeblood filling my mouth. I made him see Lyra's face, her triumphant smile illuminated by the moonlight as she stood over my dying body, and Silas, a shadow watching from the trees. His approval, a silent, final betrayal. "I died," I whispered, the words tasting of ash and memory. I felt my wolf's spirit break. I felt my last breath leave my body. I closed my eyes, expecting to see the goddess, to find peace in the silver fields. Tarak's gaze never wavered. He was absorbing my pain, my rage, my disbelief, holding it all in the deep, quiet well of his ancient soul. But I woke up, I finished, my voice trembling with the sheer, impossible reality of it. I woke up in my own bed. It was the morning of the choosing, a year earlier. It was all undone. But I remembered. I remember everything. The silence that fell between us was absolute. Even the fen seemed to be holding its breath. The story hung in the mist, a terrible, unbelievable tapestry of betrayal and black magic. Tarak finally closed his eyes, a long, slow blink, as if the story were a physical weight he had to settle into his bones. "The goddess does not unspin the threads of fate for a small tear," he murmured, his voice a low, gravelly hum. "She does so only when the entire tapestry is in danger of being set ablaze." He opened his eyes, and the milky blue gaze was now sharp, filled with a terrifying ancient focus. "You were not just rejected, child. You were sacrificed. Your death was a ritual, a closing of a door. But you, in your returning, have kicked that door from its hinges." He turned, his movements slow and deliberate, and shuffled back toward the willow. "Come, the mist has ears, and some stories are not meant for the wind to carry." He disappeared into the tangled roots of the great tree. I hesitated for only a second before following, my heart pounding a nervous, hopeful rhythm. The entrance to the lair was a low, dark opening, almost invisible from the outside. I had to duck to enter, and found myself in a space that was both a cave and a living room. The air was warm, thick with the scent of wood smoke, dried herbs, and old wolf. The lair was hollowed out among the massive roots of the willow, the walls a living weave of wood and earth. A low, smokeless fire of glowing peat coals burned in a central pit, illuminating strange, intricate carvings on the wooden walls, spirals, knots, and the faces of the moon. Bunches of dried herbs and animal bones hung from the ceiling of roots, and glowing mosses cultivated in crevices cast a soft, ethereal green light. It was a place of deep, primal magic. Tarak settled himself onto a low stool carved from a single massive burl of wood. He gestured to another, and I sat, my bow still in my hand. "The second moon," he said, his voice dropping low, as if speaking a sacred name. "It is a legend, a myth whispered by the oldest of the old, a story to frighten pups and give hope to the damned. I never thought to see it in my lifetime." "What is it?" I asked, my voice barely a whisper. "It is a miracle born of sacrilege," he explained, his clouded eyes staring into the glowing coals. "When a great injustice is done, one that offends the moon goddess herself, the breaking of a sacred bloodline, the murder of a destined mate for profane reasons, she sometimes grants a second rising. She turns back the sky for one soul, gives them one more turn of the wheel. It is her way of rebalancing the scales." He looked at me then, his gaze heavy with a terrible weight. "But it comes at a price. The soul who is returned is changed. They are no longer wholly a part of the tapestry. They are an agent of the goddess, a living embodiment of her vengeance. They feel more deeply, but their hearts are shielded by the cold of the grave they have left. They are given a clarity that borders on prophecy, and a will that cannot be broken. Does this sound familiar to you?" I thought of my unnatural calm in the face of Darian's rejection, the cold fury that had replaced my grief, the way I could read the lies in Lyra's and Silas's eyes. It was more than just memory. It was a gift, a terrible, wonderful gift. I could only nod, my throat too tight for words. "They wanted you dead for more than just a political alliance with the Redstone Pack," Tarak growled, his hand tightening on his staff. "Your bloodline, they feared it. They tried to steal it. And when they could not, they chose to destroy it." "My mother," I breathed. "Kaelin told me she was of the mountain clans." "She was more than that," Tarak rasped, a flicker of old anger in his eyes. "Alara was the last of the moon singers from the granite peak. a lineage as old as the mountains themselves. Women who could read the future in the moon's light, who could soothe the most savage beast with their voice, who could walk the spirit paths in their dreams. A power passed from mother to daughter, a power that terrified the Vaynars, who rule only by tooth and claw. They believe power must be taken, not given by the goddess. The pieces of my past slammed into place with the force of a physical blow. Alpha Vaynar had forced the bonding of my father to my mother, hoping to breed her power into his line, to control it. Darian was the product of that ambition, but the gift had skipped a generation. It had not manifested in him. They had looked to me next, the daughter. My choosing was not a matter of fate. It was an examination. They were watching me, waiting for the power to bloom. But it never did, I said, the realization a bitter taste in my mouth. I was just me. I had no visions. I couldn't sing the moon's song. And so you were deemed a failure, Tarak finished, his voice heavy with contempt. A flawed vessel, worthless to them. Silas, your ambitious uncle, saw his chance. He whispered in the Alpha's ear, "The girl is barren of the gift. The bloodline ends with her. Let us cut our losses. Lyra of Redstone will bring us warriors and land. She is a known quantity, safe." It was all there, the whole, rotten, calculated truth. My life, my love, my destiny, it had all been a transaction, a failed investment to be liquidated. And Lyra, with her bright, predatory smile, was the asset they had chosen to acquire in my place. But they were wrong, Tarak said, his voice dropping to a conspiratorial whisper. He leaned forward, his ancient eyes burning with a sudden fierce light. The gift was not absent in you, child. It was merely sleeping. It is a power that awakens with the first blood of womanhood, or with the forging of the true mate bond. Had Darian accepted the bond? Had he not been a coward's whelp listening to snakes? Your power would have bloomed that very night. You would have become the most powerful Luna this pack has seen in 1,000 years. And that, he growled, is what Silas truly feared. Not your weakness, but your potential strength. A strength that would have eclipsed the Vaynars and rendered his own ambitions to dust. I stared at him, my mind reeling. The scope of the betrayal was so much larger, so much older and more profound than I could ever have imagined. They had not just killed me. They had tried to murder my very soul, my birthright. The second moon has changed the rules, Tarak said, his voice now a low, urgent command. The power that should have awakened with the bond has awakened with your death instead. It is forged in the cold of the grave, tempered by vengeance. It will be different, wilder, more dangerous. You must learn to control it before it consumes you. How? I asked, my voice shaking. What do I do? The Vaynars have cut this pack off from its roots, he rasped. They have forgotten the old ways, the sources of our true power. They think power lies in territory and numbers. Fools! It lies in the earth, in the moon, in the blood. He pointed a gnarled finger at me. Your blood. It remembers. You must go where it calls you. North, beyond the mountains, lies the Granite Peak, the home of your mother's clan. It is a desolate place now, abandoned for generations, but the stones remember, the wind remembers. The Moonsinger's sanctuary is there, a place of power where the veil between worlds is thin. You must go there. You must listen to what your blood has to tell you. He was giving me a quest, a pilgrimage, not just a path to vengeance, but a journey to the heart of my own power, my own identity. He was giving me a future beyond the pain of my past. The hunters, I said, the memory of their cold, metallic scent, a sudden chill. Are they part of this? Tarek's face darkened. The sickness in the pack's heart is a dinner bell for the carrion birds. The hunters grow bold because they sense our weakness, our division. They may be a tool of our enemies, or they may simply be opportunists. It does not matter. They are a symptom of the disease. Cure the disease, and the pests will scatter. He rose slowly, his old bones creaking. He walked to the entrance of the lair and looked out into the mist. "You must go now. Your absence will have been noted. Silas will be hunting you, not for your safety, but to silence the questions you have begun to ask. He cannot afford to have a ghost walking his halls." I stood and slung my bow over my shoulder. The simple, familiar weight of it was a comfort. My path was no longer a desperate flight from a painful past. It was a clear, determined journey toward a dangerous future. I walked to his side at the entrance. "Thank you, Tarak," I said, the words feeling small, inadequate for the world he had just given me. He did not look at me. He continued to stare into the fen. "Do not thank me, child. Thank the goddess who chose you. She has placed a heavy burden on your shoulders. Vengeance is a bitter draught, but justice is the water that allows the forest to grow again." He turned his head, his milky eyes fixing on me one last time. "Be warned. The broken bond is a treacherous thing. It is a leash, and the boy who holds it does not know the strength of the wolf at the other end. Do not let his pain, his regret, become a chain that pulls you back into his fire. You are forged of ice now, remember that." With a final solemn nod, I turned and stepped out of the sanctuary, back into the mist. I felt Tarak's ancient gaze on my back until I was swallowed by the fen. As I began the perilous journey back through the marsh, my mind was a whirlwind of new, terrifying truths. My mother, the moon singers, a sleeping power awakened by death, a sacred duty given to me by the goddess herself. My personal quest for revenge against Darian, Lyra, and Silas suddenly seemed so small, so petty. This was no longer about a broken heart. This was about a broken pack, a stolen legacy, and a rot that threatened to consume us all. The Vayners and their cronies were not just my enemies, they were the enemies of the goddess. I was her blade. And my work had just begun. The traitor's smile had damned him, but it had also created his executioner. Chapter 10. A challenge carried on the wind. The journey out of the Shadowfen was a mirror image of the journey in, a slow, deliberate dance with death and decay. But I moved with a new certainty, my feet finding the hidden path not just through memory, but through a strange, burgeoning instinct. It was as if the fen, having heard my story and witnessed Tarak's acceptance of me, had lowered its defenses. The mist seemed to part before me, the sucking mud less hungry for my boots. I was no longer an intruder. I was a pilgrim who had received her blessing from the marsh's ancient heart. Tarak's words were a fire in my soul, burning away the last vestiges of the victim I had been. I was not a broken thing. I was a weapon, reforged in the crucible of death and betrayal, and gifted back to the world with a divine purpose. My mother, Alara of the Moonsingers. The name was a song in my blood, a legacy I could feel stirring in my very bones. The power that had slept within me was awake now, a low thrumming hum beneath my skin, a quiet silver light behind my eyes. I could feel it in the way the world presented itself to me. The air was no longer just air. It was a tapestry of scents and temperatures, each thread telling a story. The earth was not just ground. It was a living skin, its pulse beating a slow geologic rhythm against the soles of my feet. This newfound sensitivity was a double-edged sword. As I cleared the fen and re-entered the ancient forest, the weight of the pack, of the den miles to the south, pressed in on me like a physical presence. I could feel its sickness, the tangled knot of fear, ambition, and deceit that Tarak had spoken of. And through the thin, stretched-out filament of the broken bond, I could feel the epicenter of that sickness, Darian. He was a vortex of turmoil. The dull ache at the base of my skull, the scar of our connection, began to throb with a sharper, more insistent rhythm. He was active, he was agitated, and he was moving. I froze, my hand resting on the smooth, worn wood of my bow. I closed my eyes, turning my focus inward, not to my own feelings, but to the phantom echoes that still tied me to him. He was not in the den, he was in the forest. His emotions were a chaotic storm of frustration, a grim, reluctant determination, and a deep, soul-crushing despair. And he was hunting. My eyes snapped open. He was hunting me. Silas had not waited. My absence had been discovered, and he had unleashed his most effective weapon. His own alpha heir, bound by duty and obedience, sent to retrieve the rogue female who had slipped her leash. A cold, bitter laugh escaped my lips. Of course. It was a perfect move. Publicly, it was the concerned mate that was, fetching the poor, unstable girl for her own safety. Privately, it was a test of Darian's loyalty and a clear message to me. There is nowhere you can run where he cannot find you. I could feel them, a small party, moving fast from the south. Darian was leading them, his powerful senses, the gift of his alpha blood, locked on my trail. With him were two of his most loyal warriors, brothers named Torvin and Reese. I knew them. They were good wolves, honorable, but their loyalty to their future alpha was absolute. They would follow his orders without question. My first instinct was to run, to flee north toward the mountains, toward the sanctuary of Granite Peak. My wolf, her spirit now rekindled with a fierce wildfire, urged me to do just that. Run, she whined in my mind. Let them chase. We are faster. We know the secret ways. Leave them to their cage. But the woman I was now, the agent of the goddess, held her ground. To run was to accept the role of the fugitive, the guilty party. To flee was to cede the narrative to Silas. He would paint me as a mad woman, a danger to the pack, my flight proof of my instability. No, I would not run from them. I would make them run from me. I veered from my intended path, abandoning the route that led toward the northern pass. Instead, I turned west, toward the broken ridge, a treacherous spine of jagged, windswept rock that was considered impassable by most. But Kaylin's map had shown me a way, a goat track, barely a sliver of a path, that wound its way through the scree and chasms. It was a dangerous, unpredictable route. Perfect. The chase was on. I moved with a speed and silence that was born of my new connection to the wild. I was no longer just moving through the forest. I was a part of it. I used the wind to carry my scent in confusing eddies. I used the sound of a waterfall to mask the sound of my passage through a stream. I stepped only on stone and bare earth, leaving no tracks for them to follow. But still, he came. Through the bond, I felt his relentless pursuit. I felt his frustration as my trail grew faint. Then the surge of grim satisfaction as his alpha senses managed to pick it up again. He was good, better than I had ever given him credit for. But he was hunting the woman I used to be. He was expecting fear, panic, a desperate flight. He was not expecting a calculated, strategic retreat. I also felt his pain. Every step he took on my trail was a step through the wreckage of what we had been. The bond, though broken, still resonated with the memory of what it should have been. For him, following my scent was a form of self-torture. He was being forced by his duty to hunt the very thing his soul screamed out to protect. The conflict was tearing him apart, and the waves of his anguish were a constant, disorienting assault on my own mind. Tarak's warning echoed in my thoughts. Do not let his pain become a chain that pulls you back into his fire. I gritted my teeth, shielding my heart against the siren song of his regret. His pain was his own to carry. He had earned it. I reached the base of the broken ridge as the sun reached its zenith. The rocks shimmered with heat, and the air was thin and sharp. The path was even more treacherous than the map had suggested, a narrow, winding ledge with a sheer drop on one side. I started the ascent, my muscles burning, my lungs heaving. This was a race against time. Halfway up, I found the place I was looking for, a small, defensible overhang, a shallow cave carved out of the rock face by centuries of wind and ice. It offered a commanding view of the path below. I settled into the shadows, nocking an arrow and slowing my breathing until it was almost non-existent. Now I was no longer the prey. I was the ambush. I did not have to wait long. I heard them first, the clatter of a dislodged stone, a muttered curse. Then they came into view, moving slowly up the path. Darian was in the lead, his face a grim mask of concentration, his silver eyes scanning the rocks above. Behind him, Torvin and Reese moved with the cautious confidence of seasoned warriors, their hands resting on the hilts of their long knives. They stopped directly below my hiding place, catching their breath. The wind carried their words up to me. "The trail ends here, Alpha," Torvin said, his voice a low pant. "The wind is playing tricks. Her scent is everywhere and nowhere." "She's here," Darian growled, his gaze still sweeping the cliffs. He looked exhausted, the skin stretched tight over his cheekbones, dark circles under his eyes. His pain was a palpable thing, a heavy cloak he wore. "I can feel her." He closed his eyes for a moment, and I felt the probe of his will through the bond, a desperate, searching touch. I recoiled, shutting down the connection with a mental slam, reinforcing the walls of ice around my heart. He gasped, his eyes flying open, a look of shocked pain on his face. He had felt me reject him again. "She's toying with us," Reese muttered, his hand tightening on his knife, "leading us into a trap." "She's not capable of it," Darian shot back, but his voice lacked conviction. He was still thinking of me as the girl I had been, and it didn't align with the evidence of this chase. This was my moment. "He's right, Darian," I called out, my voice clear and carrying on the wind. "You should listen to your man, All three of them spun, weapons coming up, their eyes frantically scanning the cliffs. They couldn't see me, tucked back in the shadows. "Celine," Darian roared, his voice a mixture of relief and fury. "Show yourself. This is madness. Come back to the den. Silas is worried for your safety." "Is that what he calls it?" I replied, my voice dripping with cold amusement. "I imagine he is worried. He's worried about what a ghost might have to say when she learns to speak again." I stepped out of the shadows, onto the ledge above them. I stood in the full, harsh light of the sun, my bow held loosely in my hand, its arrow pointed at the sky, not at them. They stared up at me, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. I was not the weeping, broken thing they had been sent to retrieve. I was a huntress, poised on a cliff's edge, looking down on them not as a cornered animal, but as a queen upon her throne. "This ends now, Celine," Darian commanded, taking a step forward. "Come down, that's an order." "You are not my alpha," I said, my voice quiet but cutting. "And you are not my mate. You have no authority over me." A flash of raw pain crossed his face. The truth of my words was a physical blow. "Then I will come up and get you," he snarled, his pride stung, his wolf rising to the challenge. He started toward the next section of the path. "I wouldn't do that if I were you." The new voice was a low, dangerous rumble from behind them. Darian froze, his head snapping around. Torvin and Reese spun, their knives flashing out, their stances dropping into defensive crouches. Kalen stood on the path not 20 feet behind them, blocking their retreat. He had appeared from the rocks as if born from them, a silent, deadly sentinel. He held no weapon, his arms loose at his sides, but his presence was more menacing than any drawn blade. His amber eyes were fixed on Darian, flat and cold as ancient stone. "Enforcer," Darian breathed, his shock evident. "What are you doing here?" "My duty," Kalen replied, his voice calm. "Patrolling the northern ridge." I heard a commotion. His gaze flickered up to me for a fraction of a second, a silent acknowledgement before returning to Darian. The beta's orders were that no one was to venture into the broken ridge. "Too unstable. It seems you are in violation of a direct command, Alpha Heir." He was a master of the game. He used Silas's own rules, his own authority to trap Darian. Darian was caught, physically and politically, between a woman he could not command and an enforcer he could not intimidate. Torvin and Reese looked back and forth between Darian and Kalen, their loyalty being stretched to the breaking point. "My orders come from the beta himself," Darian bit out, his authority crumbling. "To retrieve Celine." "And has she attacked you?" Kalen asked, his voice deceptively mild. "Has she threatened you, or has she simply chosen a path you do not like?" The standoff was absolute. The 5 of us, frozen on a narrow cliff path, a microcosm of the pack's entire conflict. The old loyalty versus the old laws, the alpha's will versus the wild's truth. I knew then that I had to be the one to break it. I could not hide behind Kaylin's strength. I had to claim my own. I drew myself up to my full height, my voice ringing out with a power I didn't know I possessed, the ancient authority of the Moonsingers stirring in my blood. I will not be hunted like a runaway dog, I declared, my voice echoing off the rocks. I am Celine Merrick, daughter of Alara of the Granite Peak clan. I am a daughter of this pack, and I have been wronged. I looked directly at Darian, pouring all the cold fire of my new purpose into my gaze. I hereby issue a formal challenge, a challenge of blood and truth to be answered before the entire pack. I accuse Silas the Beta and his conspirators of treason against the laws of the goddess and the heart of this pack. I accuse them of murder, of deceit, and of a corruption that has invited a sickness into our lands. A collective gasp went up from the three men below. This was unheard of. A rejected female, an outcast, issuing a formal challenge against the pack's second in command. It was an ancient law, one that hadn't been invoked in centuries, a law that superseded even the Alpha's command. "You are mad," Torvin whispered, his eyes wide with horror. "No," I said, my voice dropping but losing none of its intensity. "I am reborn. I will meet any champion the accused chooses to name. We will fight, and the goddess will show the pack where the truth lies." I fixed my gaze on Darian, and through the bond, I sent him a final, searing message, a challenge that was for him alone. This is your chance, your only chance. Stand for the truth, or be consumed by the lie you chose. The challenge is issued, I declared, my voice ringing with finality. It will be met at the next full moon, at the standing stones on the eastern border, a place of neutral ground. The pack will hear my story, and the pack will see justice done. Without another word, I turned, melting back into the shadows of the overhang and disappearing into a crevice in the rock that I knew led to a higher path. I left them there, stunned into silence on the mountainside. Kaylin would handle the rest. He would ensure they retreated. I had given Darian an impossible choice, and in doing so, I had won my freedom. I was no longer a fugitive. I was a challenger, my quest now sanctioned by the most ancient of our laws. My heart was pounding, not with fear, but with a fierce, exhilarating power. I had faced them, I had spoken my truth, and I had set the stage for the final reckoning. Now, I had until the next full moon to journey to Granite Peak, to claim the legacy of the Moonsingers, and to become strong enough to win the fight I had just started. The challenge had been carried on the wind, and the entire pack would be forced to listen to its howl. Chapter 11. A Truth Buried in Hallowed Ground. The Broken Ridge was a merciless, windswept purgatory, but it was also a crucible. Every sharp stone that cut at my boots, every gust of wind that threatened to tear me from the narrow ledges, every aching muscle that screamed in protest, it was all a cleansing fire. The chase and the challenge had burned away the last remnants of fear, leaving behind a core of cold, hard purpose. I was no longer running from something. I was journeying to something, to the truth of my own blood. Kaylin's unspoken intervention had bought me the time I desperately needed. He would ensure Darian and his warriors returned to the den, carrying the tale of my impossible challenge. The news would spread like wildfire, a spark of ancient law thrown into the dry tinder of pack politics. It would force Silas's hand, expose his machinations to the light, and turn the pack's gaze from my supposed instability to his own actions. I had seized the narrative, and now I had until the full moon, less than a fortnight away, to become the champion my cause required. Once clear of the ridge, I entered a new landscape. The lush, familiar forests of Silverwood Creek gave way to a harsher, more primal wilderness. The trees became stunted, twisted by the wind. The earth grew rocky, the mountains looming closer, their granite peaks scraping at the belly of the sky. This was the beginning of the northern lands, the ancestral home of my mother's clan. The air itself felt different here, thinner, colder, purer. It hummed with a quiet, ancient power that resonated deep in my bones. My wolf, who had been a creature of grief and then of fury, was changing again. Here, in this wild, untamed land, she was settling into a state of calm, watchful grace. She was home, in a way she had never been in the den. She was no longer just a part of me. She was my guide. Her instincts, sharpened by the clean air and the nearness of her ancestral lands, were unerring. She led me to hidden springs of sweet, cold water, to patches of wild berries, to game trails that were invisible to my human eyes. We moved as one, a single, integrated being, my human mind and her wild spirit finally in perfect harmony. The journey took 3 days. 3 days of walking, of climbing, of solitude. 3 days where the only sounds were the cry of the wind, the call of a hawk, and the steady beat of my own heart. The dull ache of the broken bond faded, the distance and the overwhelming power of the land around me acting as a balm, insulating me from Darian's turmoil. I was shedding the last vestiges of my old life, like a snake shedding its skin. On the evening of the 3rd day, I saw it, Granite Peak. It was not the tallest of the mountains, but it was the most distinct. A single sheer fang of pale gray stone that caught the last rays of the setting sun, making it glow like a polished fang. My wolf gave a low, mournful howl, a sound of homecoming and of loss. This was the place. The base of the mountain was a desolate, silent place. The ruins of a settlement were scattered among the rocks. The collapsed remains of stone shelters, the faint outline of a great lodge, a circle of fire-blackened stones where a central hearth had once burned. It was a ghost town, its spirit long since fled. A profound sadness settled over me. This was my heritage, a place of power and history, left to crumble into dust. Tarek had said the sanctuary was here, a place where the veil was thin, but the ruins offered no clues. They were cold, empty shells. My heart sank. Had I come all this way for nothing? Was I too late? I sat on a flat, sun-warmed stone in the center of the old hearth circle as darkness fell. The sky here was a revelation, a vast star-dusted canopy of impossible depth. And the moon, now waxing toward its full glory, was a presence. It was not the distant silver disk I had known in the den. Here, it was a living entity, its light a palpable physical force that seemed to press down on me, to seep into my skin. I closed my eyes, remembering Tarak's words. Your blood remembers. You must listen to what your blood has to tell you. I stopped trying to think, to search. I simply sat. I breathed in the cold, clean air. I felt the ancient stone beneath me, and I listened. I listened to the silence. I listened to the wind whispering through the ruins, and deep within myself, I listened to the quiet, steady hum of the power that had awakened in me. Slowly I began to hum, a low, hesitant note in the back of my throat. I didn't know why. The sound just came, an instinctual response to the overwhelming presence of the moon. The note grew stronger, shaping itself into a simple, mournful melody. It was a song with no words, a song of sorrow and of longing, a song that felt both alien and as familiar as my own heartbeat. It was a song my blood remembered, even if my mind did not. It was the first echo of a moon song. As I sang, the power inside me began to stir. The quiet hum grew into a warm, silver vibration that started in my chest and spread through my entire body. The moonlight on my skin no longer felt like a pressure. It felt like an embrace. It was weaving itself into the song, into the power, into me. And then I felt it, a response. It was not a sound, but a resonance in the earth beneath me, a faint, rhythmic pulse that seemed to answer the pulse of the song in my own blood. It was coming from the mountain itself, from deep within the granite heart of the peak. My eyes snapped open. The moonlight seemed brighter now, sharper. It was illuminating things I hadn't seen before. Faint, intricate lines carved into the surface of the hearthstones, almost completely worn away by time. They were spirals and knots, the same symbols I had seen on the walls of Tarak's lair. And they were not random. They formed a map, a spiral that led from the hearth circle outward, toward the sheer, unbroken face of the mountain. My song had awakened the stones. It had revealed the path. My heart pounding with a mixture of awe and trepidation, I stood and began to follow the pattern. It led me away from the ruins, across a barren field of scree, directly to the base of the granite cliff face. It looked solid, impassable, a dead end. My hope began to falter, but the song was still humming in my blood, the power still vibrating in my bones. I reached out and placed my hand on the cold, smooth stone of the cliff. I closed my eyes and sang again, not with my voice this time, but with my spirit, pushing the silver, moon-drenched power from within me, through my palm, and into the rock. For a moment, nothing happened. Then a low, grinding sound, the groan of stone against stone, echoed in the silence. The rock beneath my hand began to vibrate, to hum in harmony with my own power. Faint silver lines, veins of quartz I hadn't noticed before, began to glow with a soft, internal light, tracing the outline of a door where no door should be. The entrance was a perfect, seamless fit, camouflaged by magic and time. Slowly, the stone door receded into the mountain, revealing a dark, silent passageway. The air that flowed out was ancient, cold, and pure, carrying the scent of deep earth, of stillness, and of a power that made the hair on my arms stand on end. This was the sanctuary. I took a deep breath, stepped over the threshold, and left the world of moonlight and wind behind. The stone door slid silently shut behind me, plunging me into absolute primal darkness. Panic, cold paw, and sharp flared in my chest. I was sealed in, buried in the heart of the mountain. But my wolf was calm. She was not afraid. She felt the rightness of this place, the hallowed silence, and the power, my power, was a warm silver light inside me, a beacon in the oppressive dark. I focused on it, on the hum in my blood, and slowly a soft, ethereal glow began to emanate from my own skin. It was faint, just enough to illuminate the space immediately around me. I was in a long, straight tunnel, its walls smooth and cool to the touch, carved from the living rock by hands and magic I could not comprehend. I began to walk, my footsteps echoing in the profound silence. The tunnel sloped gently downward, leading me deeper and deeper into the mountain. After what felt like an eternity, the tunnel opened into a vast, circular cavern, and the sight that greeted me stole the breath from my lungs. The cavern was a perfect, natural dome, and its ceiling was not stone. It was a solid, unbroken expanse of crystal, a massive, multifaceted geode that pulsed with a soft, internal silver light. The light waxed and waned in a slow, rhythmic pulse, like a sleeping heart. It was a moon heart, a sacred stone that I had only ever heard of in the oldest legends. It gathered and focused the moonlight from the sky above, filling the cavern with a light that was both soft and breathtakingly brilliant. The floor of the cavern was a shallow pool of perfectly clear, still water reflecting the glowing crystal ceiling, creating the illusion that I was standing in the center of a star. In the middle of the pool, on a small circular island of black, polished obsidian, stood a single throne-like chair, carved from the same moon-white granite as the mountain itself. This was the heart of the Moonsinger's power. This was the place where the veil between worlds was not just thin, it was non-existent. The air was thick with magic, with the echoes of 1,000 generations of powerful women who had come here to sing to the moon, to dream the future, and to speak with the goddess herself. Their presence was a comforting, powerful weight, a chorus of silent, welcoming voices in the back of my mind. I waded into the pool. The water was shockingly cold, but it was a clean, purifying cold. It seemed to wash away not just the grime of my journey, but the last lingering stains of my old life, of Darian's touch, of Silas's lies. With each step I took toward the central island, I felt lighter, stronger, more myself than I had ever been. When I reached the obsidian island, I hesitated before the granite throne. It seemed like a sacrilege to sit there, in the seat of my ancestors. But a gentle, insistent pressure in my mind, the collective will of the spirits who resided here, urged me forward. This was my birthright. This was my place. I sat on the throne. The moment my body touched the cold stone, a jolt of pure, unadulterated power shot through me. It was not a violent force, but a deep, resonant hum that synchronized with the power already inside me, amplifying it 1,000-fold. The moon heart above pulsed brighter, its light flowing down, into the throne, into me. The water of the pool began to ripple, and the reflections of the crystal stars on its surface began to swirl, to dance. My vision blurred. The cavern dissolved. I was no longer in the mountain. I was adrift in a sea of silver light, a river of time and memory. Images, feelings, and knowledge flooded into me. The collective wisdom of the moon singers, my sacred inheritance. I saw my mother, Alara, as a young woman, her hair as black as a raven's wing, her eyes burning with a fierce, untamed fire. I saw her sitting in this very throne, her voice raised in a song of such power and beauty that it seemed to shake the foundations of the mountain. I felt her grief and her rage when she was forced into a bonding with my father, a political prisoner in a den that feared her. I felt her hope when I was born, and her quiet, desperate sorrow as she realized she would have to suppress my gift, to hide my light, in order to keep me safe from the Vayner's ambition. She had not abandoned her heritage. She had buried it within me, a seed planted in secret, waiting for the day I would be strong enough to let it grow. I saw visions of the pack, not just my memories, but flashes of the future. I saw Lyra, her face a mask of fury and fear, her ambitions turning to ash in her mouth. I saw Silas, cornered and desperate, his web of lies unraveling around him. And I saw Darian, standing alone in the moonlight, his face etched with a pain so profound it was a physical wound, finally understanding the catastrophic, unforgivable nature of his choice. And then I saw the source of the sickness. I saw a meeting in a shadowed grove years ago, Silas, his face younger, more eager, and another man, a shifter with the scent of redstone and a cruel, cunning smile, an alpha of the redstone pack, Lyra's father. I heard their whispered words, a pact made in shadow, an agreement to weaken the Silverwood Creek pack from within, to dispose of the Vayner line, and to install a new, more compliant regime, with Silas as a puppet alpha and the Redstone clan as his masters. My rejection, Darian's future bonding with Lyra, it was all part of a slow, meticulous coup. The hunters were their tools, a convenient external threat to create chaos and justify Silas's consolidation of power. The truth was a blade, and it cut me to the core. This was not just about me. My pack, my home, was being systematically dismantled and sold off by a traitor who had smiled at me my entire life. The visions faded. I was back in the cavern, on the throne, the silver light of the moon heart bathing me in its glow. But I was not the same. The girl who had entered this mountain was gone, burned away by the truth. I was no longer Celine Merrick, the rejected mate. I was Celine of the Moon Singers, the last of my line. The knowledge of my ancestors was now my own. Their power was my own. Their duty was my own. I rose from the throne, my body thrumming with a power that felt both ancient and brand new. The full moon was coming. My challenge awaited. But it was no longer a challenge for personal vengeance. It was a challenge for the soul of my pack. Silas had chosen his champion, a warrior to fight in his stead. But he did not know who he would be facing. He was expecting to fight a ghost. He would be facing a goddess. Chapter 12. To shatter an alpha's pride. Returning to the world of sun and wind was a jarring, physical shock. After days spent in the timeless, silver-lit sanctuary of the mountain, the mortal world felt loud, chaotic, and garishly bright. The power of the moon heart still hummed in my veins, a deep, resonant chord that had permanently altered the frequency of my soul. I was more than I had been. The hollow space of the broken bond was still there, a scar that would never fully heal, but it was no longer a void. It was an empty room in a vast, newly inherited castle, a single, sorrowful note in a grand, powerful symphony. The journey south was different. I moved with an economy of motion and a certainty that bordered on precognition. The power of the Moonsingers was not a weapon, not a force to be wielded like a club. It was a lens. It allowed me to see the patterns in the world, the threads that connected the wind to the trees, the prey to the predator, the lie to the liar. I did not need Kalen's map to find the secret ways. My blood remembered them. I traveled only at night, sleeping during the day, in hidden dens and hollow logs, conserving my strength. The full moon was a tangible presence now, a swelling tide of power pulling at every shifter in the territory. It called to me, not with the frantic, uncontrollable urge of a normal change, but with the promise of a culmination, a cresting wave of power that I would command, not be commanded by. As I drew closer to Silverwood Creek territory, the phantom bond to Darien reasserted itself. No longer a dull ache, but a sharp, insistent throb. He was a raw, open wound. His turmoil was a constant, chaotic broadcast of self-loathing, fury, and a desperate, suffocating regret. He knew on some deep, instinctual level that he had been played for a fool. My challenge had been a stone thrown into the placid pond of his assumptions, and the ripples were drowning him. His pain was a distraction I could not afford. I sat by a cold, clear stream on the last night of my journey, the standing stones now only a few hours' walk away. The moon, one night shy of full, cast a brilliant, hard-edged light over the landscape. I closed my eyes, turning my focus inward, not to the power of my ancestors, but to the ugly, tangled knot of the bond's remnants. Tarek had called it a leash. He was right. It was a tether, and as long as it connected us, Darian's pain would be my weakness. His agony could bleed into me at a critical moment. His despair could cloud my judgment. I had to sever it. Not just emotionally, as I had done by the creek, but spiritually. I reached out, not with anger, but with the cold, precise focus of a healer setting a bone. I followed the phantom thread, through the ether, across the miles, until I found its source. The frantic, caged heart of Darian's wolf. I felt his presence, a chaotic whirlwind of a spirit thrashing against the bars of his own making. I did not try to soothe him. I did not offer comfort. I simply presented him with the truth. I sent a single pure image down the filament of our connection, the vision I had seen in the sanctuary. Silas and the Redstone Alpha, their faces cloaked in shadow, their words a poison that had condemned us both. I showed him the pact, the betrayal, the long, slow game that had used his honor as a pawn, and my life as a sacrifice. I showed him the traitor's smile on my uncle's face. The backlash was instantaneous and violent. A scream of pure, unadulterated rage and agony erupted from him, a silent, psychic shockwave that traveled back up the bond and slammed into me. It was the sound of a world breaking, of a life's foundation of belief turning to dust. It was the howl of an alpha wolf, realizing he had been not a leader, but a puppet. The pain of his realization was a white-hot fire, but I held my ground, my will a shield of ice against the inferno. And then I pulled back. I severed the connection with a final, clean act of will. It was like cutting a rope that had been under immense tension. The thread snapped, and the sudden silence was profound. The constant dull ache at the base of my skull, the thrum of his presence that had been with me my entire life, was gone, utterly. I was free. But I had also just armed a desperate, powerful man with a truth that would either destroy him or force him to finally become the alpha he was meant to be. What he did with that knowledge was no longer my concern. My part in his story was over. I arrived at the Standing Stones as the moon reached its zenith. They were a circle of 12 massive granite monoliths, ancient and weathered, arranged in a clearing on a high bluff that overlooked the eastern forests. This was neutral ground, a place of old magic, where pack law was absolute. The entire Silverwood Creek pack was assembled, their faces pale and anxious in the moonlight. They stood in a wide, silent circle around the stones, their sense a nervous, volatile mix of curiosity, fear, and aggression. I saw Silas and Alpha Vaynar standing near the largest stone, the Alpha's seat. Silas's face was a mask of cold fury, his arms crossed over his chest. He looked like a man who had been forced to attend his own execution. Alpha Vaynar looked old, his face drawn and gray, his eyes filled with a dawning horror. He was a weak man, a ruler in name only, and the foundation of his power was crumbling beneath his feet. Lyra stood slightly behind them, her face pale, her knuckles white where she gripped her own arms. The confident, triumphant predator was gone, replaced by a cornered, frightened animal. Her gaze darted around the clearing, everywhere but at me, and Darian. He stood apart from them, his back to his father, his face a chiseled, unreadable mask of stone. But I could see the change in him. The chaotic storm was gone. In its place was a stillness, a cold, hard calm that was more terrifying than any rage. The truth I had sent him had burned away the boy. What was left was something new, something dangerous. His silver eyes met mine across the clearing, and for the first time, I saw not a confused heir, but a king who had just learned the true extent of the treason in his court. Finally, my gaze fell upon the man standing in the center of the circle of stones. Silas's champion. He was a brute, a massive, scarred warrior from the Redstone Pack, Lyra's kin. His scent was of stale blood and violence, and a cruel, confident smirk played on his lips. He was larger than me, stronger, and he knew it. This was not to be a fair fight. It was to be a public execution, a demonstration of Silas's power. I walked into the clearing, the crowd parting before me like water. The whispers followed me, a wave of shock and awe. This was not the broken, grieving girl they had expected. I wore simple, dark leathers, my mother's heritage a silent, silver fire in my eyes, my every movement filled with a grace and power they had never seen before. I carried my father's bow, but I did not nock an arrow. I came to a stop opposite the Redstone champion, the space between us charged with a deadly energy. According to the old law, the accuser had to speak their charge before the fight could begin. I turned, my gaze sweeping across the faces of my pack, the pack that had pitied me, scorned me, and cast me out. I am Selene of the House of Merrick, daughter of Alara of the Moonsingers. My voice rang out, clear and strong, filled with an authority that had nothing to do with rank and everything to do with truth. It carried to the farthest edges of the clearing, silencing the last of the whispers. I have issued this challenge of blood and truth to answer a crime committed against this pack, against our laws and against the goddess herself. My gaze locked onto Silas. His face was a thundercloud, his eyes burning with pure hatred. I accuse Silas, Beta, of this pack, of treason. I accuse him of conspiring with a foreign power, the Redstone Pack, to weaken and usurp the Vaynar line. I accuse him of arranging the murder of a destined mate to further his political ambitions and to cover the scent of his betrayal. He has poisoned this pack from within, inviting weakness and inviting the scourge of human hunters to our borders through his negligence and deceit. A collective gasp went through the crowd. The accusation was so immense, so audacious, that it was almost unbelievable. It struck at the very heart of their world. Silas laughed, a harsh, ugly sound. The ravings of a mad woman. She was rejected, her mind broken by grief. She sees conspiracies and shadows because she can no longer bear the light of truth. My champion will silence her, and we can put this unfortunate business behind us. The goddess will be the judge of that, I replied, my voice calm. I turned back to the Redstone brute. I am ready. He grinned, cracking his knuckles. I will enjoy breaking you, little ghost. He charged. He moved with a speed that was shocking for a man his size. His intent clear, to overwhelm me with brute force, to end this quickly and brutally. The crowd cried out in alarm. I did not move. I stood my ground, my feet planted, my body relaxed. I watched him come, his face a mask of savage glee. The power of the Moonsingers was a calm silver sea within me. I saw not a charging warrior, but a pattern of motion, a predictable line of force. I saw his arrogance, I saw his weakness. At the last possible second, as his massive hands reached for me, I dropped. I flowed downward like water, my body moving in a way that should not have been possible. I spun on the ball of my foot, and as he thundered past, my leg swept out, hooking his ankle. It was a simple move, one of elegance and leverage, not strength. He bellowed in surprise as his own momentum became his enemy. He crashed to the ground, the impact shaking the earth. He had been expecting a fight of strength against strength. He was not prepared for a fight of a river against a rock. He roared in fury, scrambling to his feet, his face now a mask of rage. He charged again, more recklessly this time. I did not evade. I met him. As he swung a massive fist that would have shattered my skull, I stepped inside his guard, too close for him to use his reach. My hand, open-palmed, struck the side of his knee. It was not a blow of force, but a precise surgical strike against the joint. His leg buckled with a sickening crunch. He screamed, a high, thin sound of agony, and collapsed, clutching his ruined knee. The fight was over. It had taken less than 10 seconds. A wave of stunned, absolute silence washed over the clearing. No one could comprehend what they had just seen. The massive Redstone champion, defeated without a single true blow being struck. I had not fought him. I had dismantled him. I stood over him, his panted breaths and agonized whimpers, the only sound in the night. I looked from his broken form to Silas, and my face held no triumph, only a cold, righteous judgment. The goddess had shown them the truth. The challenge is met, I said, my voice quiet, but carrying to every ear. The accusation stands. Silas's face was a mask of utter disbelief and incandescent rage. His plan had not just failed. It had spectacularly imploded. He had been exposed, his champion broken. He was ruined. Lies, trickery, he roared, his control finally snapping. She is a witch, a demon. She has brought dark magic into our pack. He drew a long silver-bladed knife from his belt. I will cleanse this pack of her filth myself. He lunged not at me but toward Alpha Vaynar, his intent clear. If he was going down, he would take the entire Vaynar line with him. But he never reached him. A blur of motion faster than thought intercepted him. Darian. He moved with the explosive, lethal grace of a true alpha. He caught Silas's knife hand, twisting it with a sharp crack of bone. Silas screamed as the silver knife clattered to the ground. Darian did not stop. His other hand shot out, grabbing the front of Silas's tunic, and he slammed him back against the alpha's seat, the stone monolith ringing with the impact. You, Darian snarled, his voice a low, terrifying growl that was more wolf than man. His silver eyes were burning with a cold, unforgiving fire, the fire of a king betrayed. You have made a mockery of my house. You have betrayed my father. You have murdered the innocent, and you used me as your weapon. He held his uncle, the man who had been his mentor, his confidant, pinned against the stone. The pack watched, frozen, as their future alpha passed his first, terrible sentence. You are no longer of this pack, Darian pronounced, his voice ringing with an absolute final authority. Your name is struck from our history. You are cast out. If you are ever seen on these lands again, it will be as prey. He released Silas, shoving him to the ground. Silas scrambled backward, his face a ruin of terror and hate, clutching his broken wrist. Darian then turned his gaze to Lyra. She shrank back, a terrified whimper escaping her lips. You, he said, his voice dripping with contempt. You will return to your father, the Alpha of the Redstone. You will tell him that the alliance is broken. You will tell him that the next time one of his warriors sets foot in our territory, it will be an act of war. Go now. Lyra stared at him, her dreams of being a Luna turning to ash. She then turned and fled, disappearing into the darkness, a disgraced exile. The silence that followed was absolute. Darian stood before the Alpha's seat, his chest heaving, his face a mask of cold, hard grief. He had cleansed his house, but the cost was immeasurable. He had shattered his own world, his own past, his own pride. He finally raised his head, his silver gaze finding mine across the clearing. The space between us was a chasm, filled with everything we had lost, everything that could never be reclaimed. There was no victory in his eyes, only a profound, bottomless sorrow. He opened his mouth, my name a silent word on his lips, but he did not speak it. He knew, as I knew, that there was nothing left to say. He had made his choice. I had made mine. We were two strangers, bound by a history of pain, standing on opposite sides of a battlefield where everyone had lost. He turned to his father, who seemed to have aged a decade in the last hour. He placed a hand on the old alpha's shoulder, not in comfort, but in a quiet, final transfer of power. The Vaynar line would continue, but it would be led by a king forged in the fires of betrayal, his heart forever scarred. I watched them for a moment longer, a ghost at the victory feast. I had won. My name was cleared, my enemies defeated. Justice had been served, but it tasted like ashes. Without a word, I turned my back on the pack, on the standing stones, on the wreckage of my first life. I walked away, into the moonlight, my father's bow a familiar weight on my shoulder. I did not know where I was going. North, perhaps, back to the silent sanctuary of the mountain, or perhaps somewhere new, somewhere the name Silverwood Creek was just a whisper on the wind. My challenge had been met. The truth had been revealed. But my journey was far from over. I was a daughter of the Moonsingers, and my song had just begun. Chapter 13. The Reckoning Under a Familiar Sky. Walking away should have felt like a victory. It should have been a triumphant, freeing stride into a new dawn. Instead, every step I took away from the standing stones felt heavier than the last. The cheers of the pack, the dawning, horrified respect in their sense as they began to process the night's revelations, faded behind me, replaced by the profound, ringing silence of my own solitude. I had won justice, but I had lost my home. The pack was saved, but I was no longer a part of it. I was the surgeon who had cut out the cancer, but in doing so, had excised myself from the body. I did not go north, not yet. The sanctuary of the mountain felt too much like a tomb, a place of ghosts and memory. I needed life. I needed the world. I walked east, following the line of the river as it flowed out of our territory and into the unclaimed lands between the packs. I hunted, I slept under the stars, and I let the rhythms of the wild slowly, gently begin to soothe the raw, frayed edges of my spirit. The power of the Moonsingers, which had been a roaring fire during the confrontation, now settled into a deep, quiet river within me. It was a constant companion, a silent hum in my blood that connected me to the world in a way I was only just beginning to understand. I could feel the life in the trees, the ancient patience of the stones, the joy of the river rushing to the sea. But this profound connection to the world only served to highlight my own profound disconnection from my people. I was a creature of two worlds, belonging fully to neither. The days bled into a week. I saw no other shifters. I avoided the scent of humans. I was a ghost in my own right, a solitary predator roaming a world that no longer had a place for me. The silence was a balm, but it was also a burden. It gave me too much time to think, to remember. I remembered Darian's face in the moonlight, the utter devastation in his eyes as he shattered his own world to pay for his mistakes. The severing of the bond's remnants had freed me from the chaos of his emotions, but it had not erased the memory of what we had been. I felt no love for him, not anymore. That had been burned away. But I felt a deep, aching pity for the boy who had been so easily manipulated, for the man who would now have to rule with the knowledge that his own weakness had almost destroyed everything he was sworn to protect. His pride was shattered, and I was the one who had handed him the hammer. One evening, as I sat by a small, smokeless fire, chewing on a strip of dried venison, a scent on the wind made me freeze. It was faint, deliberately masked, but it was unmistakable, pine and cold granite. Kaylin. I was on my feet in an instant, melting into the shadows of the rock formation behind me. My bow in my hand, an arrow nocked. I was no longer the naive girl who trusted easily. He was my ally, but he was also a part of the world I had just left. His presence here could mean many things, and not all of them were good. I waited, silent and still, as the stone at my back. He did not come crashing through the undergrowth. He moved like smoke, a shadow detaching itself from other shadows. He appeared at the edge of my small camp, his amber eyes scanning the darkness, knowing I was there, waiting for me to reveal myself. "The wind carries strange stories these days, Celine of the Moon Singers," he said, his voice a low rumble that did not carry far. He did not use my pack name. He used the name I had claimed for myself. It was a sign of respect. Slowly, I stepped out of the shadows, my bow held loosely, the arrow still on the string. "It is a long way from home for an enforcer," I replied, my voice cool. He looked me over, his gaze analytical, taking in the changes in me. The new hardness in my eyes, the quiet power that now radiated from me. He gave a single, slow nod, as if confirming something to himself. "My home is where the pack is, and the pack is in turmoil." "I left them with a new alpha," I said, a bitter edge to my voice. "Let him rule them." "He is trying," Kaylin said, and there was no judgment in his voice, only a statement of fact. "He cast out his father's corrupt counsel. He has opened dialogues with the elders Silas silenced. He has doubled the patrols on the borders. He is trying to heal the sickness, but a wound that deep does not close overnight. There is fear, there is mistrust. The pack is a body without a heart." He took a step closer to the fire, his hands open and visible, a clear sign of peace. "They talk of you, some in fear, calling you a witch, just as Silas did, others in awe. They call you the ghost wolf, the Luna who was reborn. They are making a myth of you. And a myth is a dangerous thing to have wandering the wilderness. It makes people restless." "What do you want, Kaylin?" I asked bluntly. I was tired of politics, of the games of the pack. "I came to bring you a message," he said. He reached into a pouch at his belt and pulled out a small, intricately carved wooden bird. A raven, its wings outstretched. I recognized the craftsmanship. It was my father's work. "He gave this to me the day before he and your mother went on their last patrol," Kaylin said, his voice softening for the first time. "He told me, the Vayners watch my daughter too closely. They see her only as a vessel for her mother's power. If anything happens to us, see that she learns the strength of her father's hands as well. See that she knows how to stand on her own." He held the raven out to me. "I taught you the bow, as he asked. I watched you from the shadows, I left you the map. And now I bring you his last words. He knew they were in danger. He knew the Vayners and Silas were not to be trusted." My hand trembled as I took the small, wooden bird. Its surface was worn smooth, a testament to how many times my father must have held it. It smelled of him, of cedar, and of love. A wave of grief, so sharp and pure, it was like a physical blow, crashed over me. All this time, I had thought my parents were victims of a random rogue attack. But it had not been random. They had been silenced. Just as Silas had tried to silence me. Tears, hot and sudden, pricked at my eyes. I had not cried since my return. My return. Not once. I had thought the cold of the grave had frozen that part of me forever. But the simple, tangible proof of my father's love, his foresight, his trust in this silent, deadly man before me, had broken through the ice. Kaylin did not comfort me. He did not offer empty platitudes. He simply stood, a silent, solid presence, and allowed me the dignity of my grief. He was a rock in the storm of my sorrow, and I was grateful for his unyielding strength. When the first wave of pain had passed, I looked up at him, my vision blurred. "Why are you telling me this now?" "Because the pack needs more than a myth," he said, his amber eyes intense. "It needs a leader, Not a Vaynar, born to power they have not earned. Not a politician like Silas, who weaves lies for personal gain. It needs a heart. It needs someone who understands both the wild magic and the laws of the pack. Someone who has walked through the fire and carries the truth in their blood. He was not just delivering a message from my father. He was making a plea. He, the solitary enforcer, the man who held himself apart from the pack's petty dramas, was asking me to come back. "I have no place there," I whispered, the words tasting like defeat. "I am what I am." They would never accept a Luna who is not bonded to their alpha. "Then change the law," he said, his voice a low, powerful growl. "The old ways are not stone. They are a river. They are meant to bend, to find new paths. The law of the bonded alpha was created to ensure strength. What happens when that bond brings only weakness, betrayal, and death? What happens when a leader emerges who is stronger alone? The pack is dying, Celine. Darian can be its sword and its shield. He can be a good alpha, but you are its soul. And without you, it will wither and rot from the inside out." He was offering me a future I had never dared to imagine, not as a Luna bound to an alpha, a reflection of his power, but as a leader in my own right. A spiritual guide, a moon singer for her people. It was a terrifying, audacious, and breathtaking idea. Before I could answer, a new scent cut through the night air, carried on a sudden, sharp gust of wind. It was a scent I knew, a scent of stale sweat and cold, unnatural iron. Hunters. Kalen smelled it at the same moment. His entire demeanor changed. The philosopher, the messenger, vanished, replaced by the lethal enforcer. "How many?" he breathed, his eyes scanning the darkness. I closed my eyes, reaching out with the senses that the sanctuary had given me. It was not just their scent I could detect. I could feel their presence, their intent, like a discordant, ugly note in the beautiful song of the forest. "More than before," I whispered, my heart beginning to pound. "A dozen, maybe more. They are organized. They are moving like a patrol, and they carry a great deal of silver. They were not a hunting party. This was an army." "The Redstone Alpha," Kalen snarled. "This is his answer to Darian's message. Not a declaration of war. An infestation. He sends his human pets to finish the job Silas started." We were caught. 2 shifters against a dozen armed and organized hunters. The odds were impossible. To shift would be suicide. Their silver would cut us to ribbons. "My camp is in a bad position," I said, my mind racing, the hunter's instinct taking over. "No cover, no escape route." "The river," Kalen said, his eyes gleaming in the firelight. "We go to the river. They will not expect us to use the water." We moved instantly, a single mind and 2 bodies. We kicked dirt over the fire, plunging the camp into darkness. I grabbed my pack and my bow, the wooden raven a hard, reassuring shape in my hand. We slipped away into the night, moving not away from the hunters, but parallel to them, toward the sound of the rushing water. The hunters were clumsy, but they were numerous. We could hear them crashing through the woods, their voices low, guttural commands. They were spreading out, forming a dragnet. They were not just hunting, they were corralling us. We reached the riverbank, a wide, fast-flowing torrent of black water and silver moonlight. The other side was 100 yards of churning rapids. "They are closing in," I whispered, my senses screaming with the proximity of the hunters. They were less than 200 yards away now, their metallic scent thick in the air. "I will draw their fire," Kalen said, his voice a low, flat statement of intent. "You swim, get to the other side, go north, warn the other packs, tell them what the Redstone Alpha is doing. If Silverwood falls, they are next." He was preparing to sacrifice himself, to die here, to buy me a few precious minutes. "No," I said, my voice fierce, the fire of my mother's blood roaring to life inside me. "The moon singers do not run. We do not abandon our allies. We change the shape of the battlefield." I looked at the river, at the moonlight dancing on its surface. I looked at the sky, at the familiar waxing moon hanging overhead, and I looked at the power thrumming inside me, the power that was a gift from the goddess herself. "They are hunting in our territory," I said, a slow, cold smile spreading across my face. "Under our moon, they think the night belongs to them. It is time we taught them who the true predators are." I waded a few steps into the icy water, the cold a shocking, clarifying jolt. I closed my eyes, lifting my face to the moon. I reached out, not with my hands, but with my will, with the song that was now a permanent part of my soul. I did not sing to the river or to the trees. I sang to the moon, and this time, for the first time, the moon sang back. Chapter 14. A choice not written in the stars. The song began not in my throat, but in the marrow of my bones. It was a silent silver vibration, a resonance that perfectly matched the pulse of the moonlight pouring down from the sky. I was no longer just a woman standing in a river. I was an antenna, a conduit for the raw, untamed magic of the night, the power of the moon heart, the accumulated energy of my ancestors, surged within me, seeking an outlet. I gave it one. I opened my mouth, and the moon song spilled into the world. It was a sound of impossible beauty and terrifying power. It was the whisper of starlight, the roar of a celestial tide, the ancient sorrowful cry of the wolf spirit itself. It was a sound that did not travel through the air, but seemed to manifest everywhere at once, weaving itself into the fabric of the night. It was a song of command. Kalen, standing on the riverbank behind me, let out a sharp, involuntary gasp. I could feel his shock, his awe. He had heard the legends of the moon singers, but to witness the reality was something else entirely. He was a creature of the earth, of tooth and claw. And I was channeling the sky. The effect on the forest was instantaneous and profound. The wind, which had been a gentle breeze, suddenly died, and a deep expectant silence fell over the woods. The familiar sounds of the night, the chirp of crickets, the rustle of small animals, ceased. It was as if the entire forest was holding its breath, listening. The hunters felt it too. Their clumsy crashing through the undergrowth faltered. Their low commands and confident chatter died in their throats. I could feel their confusion, their dawning primal fear. Their human senses could not comprehend the source of the song, but their instincts, the ancient animal parts of their brains, screamed that something was terribly, fundamentally wrong. They were no longer the predators. The very air had turned against them. My song deepened, the melody weaving a new command. I was not calling for destruction. I was calling for illusion. I was singing to the shadows, to the mist rising from the river, to the deceptive play of moonlight on the leaves. I was asking the forest to lie for me, and the forest obeyed. The mist from the river began to thicken at an unnatural rate. It did not just rise, it poured from the water, a silent white tide that flooded the riverbanks and swirled into the trees. It was a living thing, twisting into strange, unsettling shapes. The moonlight filtered through the coiling vapor, became a tool of deception. A gnarled log became a crouching beast. The silhouette of a fern became a monstrous, clawed hand. The familiar woods were transformed into a labyrinth of nightmare fuel, a place of shifting shapes and terrifying suggestion. What is this?" I heard one of the hunters stammer, his voice thin with terror. "It's a trick," another snarled, but his bravado was a thin cloak over a shivering soul. "Keep moving, find them." They pushed forward into the mist, and the forest began to play with them. A branch, heavy with dew, would slap a man's face in the dark, and he would cry out, thinking it a blow. The sound of their own footsteps, muffled and distorted by the fog, would echo back at them from the wrong direction, making them spin in panicked circles. Their dragnet, so organized and confident moments before, dissolved into a scattered, terrified mob. From the river, I was the conductor of this orchestra of fear. I could see them, not with my eyes, but with my senses, which were now tied to the forest itself. I could feel the vibration of their panicked footsteps on the earth, smell the acrid stench of their terror. I separated one of them from the others, a big bearded man who seemed to be their leader. I focused my will, my song weaving a specific illusion just for him. He saw a flicker of movement in the mist ahead. 2 burning, amber eyes. He raised his silver-loaded rifle, his hands shaking. The eyes vanished. He took a hesitant step forward, and the eyes appeared again, this time to his left. He spun, his heart hammering in his chest. He was being toyed with, stalked by a predator he could not see. It was Kaelin. I was using my magic to paint a target, to direct the predator to the prey. Kaelin, moving with a silence that was a part of the forest's own, flowed through the mist like a wraith. He was the physical manifestation of the hunter's fear, the tooth and claw to my song and shadow. The leader screamed as Kaelin's arm wrapped around his throat from behind, cutting off his air. His rifle discharged with a deafening roar, the silver bullet zipping harmlessly into the night sky. Kaelin did not kill him. He simply choked him into unconsciousness and relieved him of his weapon, melting back into the mist before the other hunters could even react to the gunshot. One by one, we took them. I would use the song to isolate, to confuse, to terrify. I would make them see things that were not there, hear things that did not exist. I would turn their own fear into a weapon, driving them into panicked mistakes. And in the chaos, Kaelin would strike. He was a force of nature, a silent, brutal reckoning. He disarmed them, disabled them, using their own gear to bind them, leaving them helpless and terrified in the fog-choked woods. He moved with a ruthless efficiency that was breathtaking to behold. We were a perfect, deadly duet. It was over in less than an hour. The 12 hunters, who had entered the forest as a confident, conquering army, were now a scattered collection of unconscious, bound, and gibbering wrecks. Their spirit was not just broken, it was annihilated. They would carry the terror of this night with them for the rest of their lives. The forest itself had risen up against them, and they had been found wanting. My song faded, the last notes dissolving into the mist. The power receded, leaving me feeling strangely light, drained but filled with a clean, profound sense of rightness. The mist began to thin, the moonlight returning to its normal, gentle glow. The forest breathed again, the sounds of the night slowly returning. Kaelin appeared at my side, emerging from the trees as silently as he always did. His face was grim, but his amber eyes held a new light, a look of profound, unadorned awe. He looked from me to the woods, where the hunters lay defeated, and then back to me. "The legends," he breathed, his voice rough with an emotion I had never heard from him before. "They did not do it justice." "They were just men," I said, my voice hoarse from the song I had not even realized I was singing aloud. I waded out of the river, my leathers dripping, a sudden chill seeping into my bones now that the fire of the magic had faded. "They were an army," he corrected me, his voice firm. "An army that you and I just dismantled without spilling a drop of blood." He looked at me, and his gaze was no longer just that of an ally. It was the look of a warrior who has just witnessed a power far beyond his own, and has found not fear, but a deep, unshakable respect. "What you did, that was the power of a true Luna, not a consort, a queen." His words struck a chord deep inside me. A queen. The thought was both terrifying and intoxicating. For my entire life, I had been defined by my relationship to others. Kaelin Merrick's daughter, Silas's niece, Darian's destined mate. Now, for the first time, I was being seen as a power in my own right. We dealt with the hunters quickly, efficiently. We gathered their silver weapons, a small arsenal of knives, crossbow bolts, and bullets. The silver felt cold and unclean to my touch, an abomination in the natural world. Kaelin bound the unconscious leader with his own ropes, slinging him over his shoulder. "He is our proof," Kaelin said, his voice hard. "He will tell the pack everything. He will speak of the Redstone Alpha's orders. There will be no more doubt, no more whispers." As we prepared to leave, a scent on the wind, faint and achingly familiar, made my heart stop. Winter sky and ozone, Darian. He was close. He was coming alone. I could feel the change in him through the last, ghostly remnants of where the bond had been. The frantic chaos was gone. The cold, hard grief was gone. What was left was a quiet, resolute calm. It was the calm of a man who had made a decision, a choice that had cost him everything. "Go," I said to Kaylin, my voice urgent. "Take the prisoner back to the den. Show them the truth. I will deal with this." Kaylin's eyes narrowed. He could smell him too. He looked from me to the direction of Darian's approach, a conflict in his gaze. His duty was to the pack, but his instincts were to protect the source of the power he had just witnessed. "Celine," he began, a warning in his tone. "I am not the girl he rejected, Kaylin," I said, my voice firm. "I am not the woman he hunted. He has no power over me. Go. This is a conversation I must have alone." He held my gaze for a long, searching moment, and then he gave a single, sharp nod. He trusted me. He turned and disappeared into the trees with his captive, as silent as a departing spirit. I waited. I did not hide. I stood by the river, the moonlight silvering my hair, the captured silver weapons a grim pile at my feet. I was a queen in her throne room, waiting to receive a penitent. He emerged from the trees, and the sight of him was a physical blow. He looked diminished. The arrogant pride, the easy authority of the alpha heir, was gone. He was just a man, his shoulders slumped, his face etched with a weariness that went bone deep. He saw me and he stopped, his silver eyes taking in the scene, the pile of weapons, the lingering scent of fear and ozone, the quiet, unshakable power that now radiated from me. "Celine," he said, and my name was a prayer, a confession, an apology, all in one. "Darian," I replied, my voice cool and even. There was no anger left in me for him, only a vast, empty sorrow for what might have been, for the beautiful lie we had both believed. He took a step forward, his gaze falling on the pile of silver. "Kaylin told the council what happened on the ridge. He told them of your challenge." He looked back at me, his eyes filled with a pain that was now clean, stripped of its self-pity. "And then you sent me the truth. You showed me everything." He finally understood. He understood the depth of the betrayal, the lies he had been fed, the role he had played. He understood that I had not been a casualty of his difficult choice. I had been the intended target of a conspiracy. "I was a fool," he whispered, the words raw, stripped of all pride. "I was a blind, arrogant fool. I let them poison me. I listened to their whispers of duty and strength. And I destroyed the most sacred thing I was ever given. I destroyed you." "You did not destroy me," I said, and the words were the simple, honest truth. "You broke a girl who believed in fairy tales, and from her ashes a woman was born who believes in the truth. You did not destroy me, Darian. You created me." Tears welled in his eyes, bright and silver in the moonlight. He did not try to hide them. "I came to ask for your forgiveness," he said, his voice thick. "Though I know I have not earned it, I have no right to ask it." I looked at him, at this broken, humbled man who had once been the center of my world. The desire for vengeance, the need to see him suffer as I had suffered, had vanished. It was a hollow, empty thing. What was left was a choice not written in the stars, not dictated by fate or destiny, a simple human choice. "Forgiveness is not something I can give you, Darian," I said softly. "It is something you must give yourself. You have a pack to lead. You have a home to heal. You have a lifetime of choices ahead of you to prove you are the alpha they need you to be. That is your path. It is not mine." He flinched, but he nodded, accepting the truth. He had hoped, on some desperate level, that there was a way back, a way to undo the damage. I was showing him that some things, once shattered, could never be made whole again. "What will you do?" he asked, his voice barely a whisper. "I will walk my own path," I said. I looked up at the moon, at the vast, star-dusted sky. My mother's people are gone, My father's pack is no longer my home. I am something new. I don't know where my path leads, but I will not walk it looking backward. I bent down and picked up one of the silver-bladed knives from the pile. I held it out to him, hilt first. Take these. They are the proof of the Redstone's treachery. Use them to rally your pack. Use them to show them that the real threat is not a woman who has been wronged, but an enemy who would see you all enslaved. He hesitated, then took the knife. His fingers brushed mine, and for a fleeting second, I felt the ghost of a connection, a faint, sorrowful echo of the bond that had once defined us. Then it was gone. We were just two people, standing by a river, with the wreckage of a life between us. "Goodbye, Darian," I said, and the words held no anger, no sorrow, only a profound finality. I turned my back on him for the last time and walked away, not east into the unclaimed lands, but north, toward the silent, waiting peaks of the granite mountains. I did not look back. I did not need to. I could feel his gaze on me, a weight of sorrow and regret, until I was swallowed by the darkness. I had made my choice. I had chosen not forgiveness, not vengeance, but freedom. The freedom to be more than a rejected mate, more than a myth, more than a memory. The freedom to be myself. And as I walked toward the cold, clean air of the mountains, under a sky that was finally my own, I knew, for the first time since my death, that I was finally, truly alive. Chapter 15. The Price of Power. The mountains were a sanctuary of silence and stone. I returned to the ruins of my mother's people, not as a desperate seeker, but as a reluctant heir returning to a lonely, windswept kingdom. The path to the sanctuary was open to me now, the stone door sliding aside at my approach, as if welcoming its queen home. I spent my days in the silver-lit cavern, sitting on the granite throne, letting the wisdom of the Moonheart and the spirits of my ancestors seep into me. It was not a process of learning, but of remembering. The moon songs, the lore of the earth, the subtle arts of prophecy and healing. It all flowed into me, as natural and instinctual as breathing. I learned the true nature of my power. It was not a weapon to be wielded in anger, but a tool of balance. I could not create storms, but I could soothe them. I could not command beasts, but I could understand their hearts. I could not see the future as a fixed path, but I could see the threads of probability, the choices that led to darkness and those that led to light. I was not a warrior queen. I was a guardian, a keeper of the old ways that the shifter world had all but forgotten in its endless squabbles over territory and dominance. This knowledge came with a profound, aching loneliness. The spirits of the moon singers were my companions, their whispers a constant chorus in my mind, but they were echoes of the past. I was the last, the end of a golden line. The power I was inheriting had no future beyond me. I was a library with no one left to read its books, a song with no one left to hear its melody. Outside the mountain, the world was changing. I did not need to see it to know it. I could feel it in the subtle shifts of the wind, in the dreams of the sleeping earth. The news of the defeated hunters, of the Redstone Alpha's treachery, would be spreading. Kaelin would have made sure of it. Darian, armed with the truth and the physical proof of the silver weapons, would be consolidating his power, not through brute force, but through the grim, reluctant respect of a pack that had seen its own destruction and the leader who had pulled them back from the brink. The sickness in Silverwood Creek was being cured, but the treatment was agonizing. I felt Kaelin's presence long before he arrived. He was a steady, earthy note in the symphony of the wilderness. I met him not at the entrance to the sanctuary, but at the edge of the ruins, in the pale light of a setting sun that painted the granite peaks in hues of rose and gold. He looked different. He still wore the simple leathers of an enforcer, but he carried himself with a new weight, a new authority. The shadows under his eyes were deeper. He looked like a man who had not slept in a week, a man who had been fighting a war on a dozen different fronts. "The den is a hornet's nest that's been kicked," he said, his voice rough with exhaustion. He didn't bother with greetings. We were long past such formalities. The prisoner sang his song. He told the council everything, Silas's promises, the Redstone Alpha's plan to use the hunters to weaken us before a full invasion. He even confessed that Silas had ordered the rogue attack on your parents years ago. A cold, hard knot tightened in my stomach, but I felt no surprise. It was a truth I had already known in my heart. "And the pack?" I asked. "They believe," he said. "They saw your victory at the Standing Stones. They saw the proof of the silver. They see the change in Darien. They are afraid, but they are also awake. For the first time in a generation, they are thinking for themselves, not just following the Alpha's command. It is a dangerous, chaotic time." He looked at me, his amber eyes searching my face. "Darien has officially taken the Alpha ship. Vaynar stepped down. He is a broken man. Darien has named me his beta. The news should have shocked me, but it felt right, inevitable. The wild, solitary enforcer, the man who operated by his own code of honor, was now second in command. Darien was wise enough to know he needed a man at his side who could not be bought. A man who would tell him the hard truths. The pack would be stronger for it. "He is making good choices," I said quietly. "He is making the only choices he has left," Kaylin corrected me. "He is trying to build a new pack on the ashes of the old one, but there is a fire on the horizon. The Redstone Alpha knows his plot has been exposed. He cannot allow us to recover. He cannot allow the other packs to learn of his treachery. He will not send hunters this time. He is gathering his warriors. He is coming for a war." He let the words hang in the air, a declaration of doom. "We are strong, but we are outnumbered. Our pack is still fractured, mistrustful. Darien can lead them in a fight. I can organize the defenses. But we lack a center, a banner to rally under that is not stained by the Vaynar's past mistakes. We lack a reason to fight that is bigger than just survival." He was not asking me to fight. He was not asking me to be a warrior. He was asking me to be something more. He was asking me to be what he had called me, a queen. "What would you have me do, Kaylin?" I asked. My voice barely a whisper. "Lead them into battle? I am not a general. Sing a song and hope their enemies fall down? No," he said, his voice a low, intense rumble. "I would have you give them what they have lost. Faith. The Vaynars ruled by strength. Silas ruled by fear. You command a different kind of power. The power of the earth, of the moon, the old power. Come back with me, Celine. Stand with us, not as Darien's mate, but as the moon singer of the pack. Be our spiritual heart, as he is our sword. Remind them of who we are. Not just a collection of wolves fighting over territory, but a people with a history, with a soul." It was the choice I had been dreading, the one I had fled from. He was asking me to return to the source of my greatest pain, to tie my destiny once more to the people who had cast me out. The solitude of the mountains was safe. It was clean. To return to the den would be to immerse myself once more in the messy, painful, complicated world of shifter politics, of old wounds and new fears. My first instinct was to refuse, to tell him that my path was my own, that I had no more to give them. But then I looked past him, at the vast, darkening sky. I thought of the generations of moonsingers who had come before me. They had not hidden their power in a mountain sanctuary. They had lived with their people. They had guided them, healed them, and when necessary, they had fought for them. To be the last of their line was not just a burden of knowledge. It was a burden of responsibility. Power that is not used to protect is just a pretty light in a dark room. "Even if I agree," I said, testing the idea, feeling its immense weight. "What then? We fight a war we are likely to lose. Many will die." "Many will die if we do nothing," he countered, his gaze unwavering. "But if we fight for a chance to build something new, something better. A pack where power is earned through honor, not just bloodline, where the old ways and the new can coexist." He took a step closer, his voice dropping. a pack that is worthy of a leader like you. He was offering me not just a role, but a revolution. He and Darian were not just trying to save the pack. They were trying to remake it. And they believed, truly believed, that I was the missing piece. The decision settled in my heart, not with a clash of emotion, but with a quiet, solemn click, like a stone finding its place in a foundation. My loneliness, I realized, was not a consequence of my power. It was a choice. I had chosen exile. But I could also choose to belong, not to the old pack, but to the new one that was struggling to be born. There is a price for my return, I said, my voice now steady, clear, and filled with the authority of the throne I had just left. Kalen's expression did not change, but I felt a subtle shift in his energy. He was listening. Name it. The old laws must be broken, as you said. I will not be a Luna. I will not be defined by any male, alpha or otherwise. I will be the moon singer. My counsel will be sought and my voice will be heard, equal to that of the beta and the alpha. My sanctuary in the mountain will be protected, and any of my choosing will be allowed to come here to learn the old ways. I will be a part of the pack, but I will also be apart from it. My duty is to the spirit of the pack, not to its politics. He considered my terms, his amber eyes searching mine. He was seeing the queen now, the leader making her demands. He gave a slow, solemn nod. These are fair terms. Darian will agree. He knows he has no right to demand anything else. There is one more thing, I said, my gaze hardening. The price of my power, the price of the goddess's favor, must be paid. The Redstone Alpha is a cancer. He uses others to do his killing. He hides behind armies and conspiracies. He will not be defeated by armies alone. An Alpha who has so profoundly broken the sacred laws, who has conspired to murder a destined mate, must answer for it. He must face a challenge, a final challenge. Kalen's eyes widened slightly as he understood my meaning. You cannot mean... I do, I said, my voice as cold and hard as the granite peak at my back. He will not send a champion this time. He will face me, or he will be branded a coward before all the packs, his authority broken forever. I will be our champion, and I will end this, not with a war, but with a reckoning. It was a declaration of such audacious, terrifying confidence that it hung in the air between us, a living thing. I was challenging a ruling alpha, a warlord, to single combat. It was suicide, it was madness, and it was the only true path to peace. To fight a war would be to sacrifice dozens of my people, to bleed the pack dry, even in victory, but to cut off the head of the snake would end the threat for good. Kalen stared at me, a storm of emotions in his eyes. Fear, a fierce protective instinct, and finally a dawning terrible understanding. He saw the truth of my logic. He saw the power I now commanded, and he saw that my decision was absolute. The pack will not allow it, he said, his voice rough. Darian will not allow it. They will see it as your death sentence. Then they do not yet understand the power they are asking me to lead them with, I replied calmly. This is the price of my return, Kalen. This is the price of my power. I will not stand by and watch our people die in a war that was started by the greed of one male. I will face him. I will be the sacrifice, if that is what it takes. Or I will be the executioner. That is my choice. That is my path. I let my words settle, the finality of them a tangible weight. I was offering them not just a spiritual leader, but a champion. I was offering to pay the ultimate price to protect them, the very people who had watched me die once before. It was a choice born not of forgiveness, but of a deeper, more profound love. A love for the soul of my people, a love for the home I had lost, and was now willing to die to protect. Kalen held my gaze for a long time, the setting sun casting his rugged face in sharp relief. The warrior in him saw the madness of my plan, but the shifter who had seen me sing to the moon, the man who had felt the ancient power of this place, saw something else. He saw a truth that transcended simple strength and numbers. Finally, he gave a single, sharp nod. It was not a gesture of agreement, but of surrender. He would carry my message. He would stand by my decision. "Then I will tell them," he said, his voice a low, heavy growl. "I will tell them the price of their salvation. May the goddess have mercy on us all." He turned to leave, but paused, looking back at me one last time. His amber eyes filled with a grim, reluctant admiration. "Be careful, Selene of the Moon Singers. To wield the power of a goddess is a heavy burden. To pay its price may be a heavier one still." I watched him go, his form swallowed by the twilight, leaving me alone once more with the ghosts and the stones. The sun dipped below the horizon, and the first stars began to prick the velvet darkness. I had made my choice. I had named my price. I had chosen to bind myself to the fate of my pack once more, but on my own terms. I had offered to be their champion, to face an enemy no one else could. But as the cold mountain wind whispered through the ruins, a sliver of fear, cold and sharp, pierced the calm certainty of my heart. Tarak's words echoed in my memory. "Vengeance is a bitter draught." I had just declared my intention to seek the ultimate justice, but in doing so I had also painted a target on my own soul. The Redstone Alpha was not the brutish champion from the Standing Stones. He was old, cunning, and powerful in his own right. To face him would be to face a darkness I could not yet comprehend. And I knew with a chilling certainty that even if I won, the victory would come at a cost I could not yet imagine. The price of power was not a single payment. It was a debt that would be collected for the rest of my life. Chapter 16. The Howl of a Rising Luna. The den was a wounded animal. As Kaylin and I walked back into its heart, I could feel its pain, its fear, and its fragile, flickering hope. We arrived not as a returning outcast and her escort, but as a statement. The Beta and the Moonsinger, walking side by side, two pillars of a new, uncertain world. The pack members who saw us in the corridors stopped, their eyes wide, their sense a chaotic storm of shock, awe, and confusion. They did not know what to make of me. This ghost they had wronged, now returned not as a penitent, but as a power. Kaylin led me directly to the great hall. It was not the place of celebration I remembered, but a grim, tense war room. Maps were spread across the tables, warriors moved with a quiet, deadly purpose, and the air was thick with the scent of anxiety and cold steel. Darian stood at the head of the hall, near the Alpha's dais, no longer a boy playing a role, but a true commander, his face carved with the harsh lines of sleepless nights and impossible decisions. He saw me, and for a moment, the commander vanished. I saw a flicker of the man, his silver eyes filled with a complex, unreadable emotion, relief, pain, and a deep, soul-weary gratitude. He had accepted that I was lost to him, but my presence here, my willingness to stand with the pack, was a balm to a wound he thought would never cease bleeding. He gave me a single formal nod of acknowledgement, a gesture of respect from one leader to another. The chasm between us remained, but we were now on the same side of it. Kaylin did not waste time. He called the council of elders, the senior warriors, and the heads of the den families to assemble. He stood before them, with Darian at his side and me slightly behind them, a silent, watchful presence. He told them everything. He told them of the Redstone Alpha's army, of the impending war. The news was met with grim, determined faces. They had suspected it was coming. Then he told them of my terms, of my role as the Moonsinger, an equal voice in the new ruling triumvirate. A ripple of unease went through the elders, the traditionalists who could not comprehend a leadership structure not based on a bonded Alpha and Luna pair, but the younger warriors, the ones who had seen the corruption of the old ways, watched me with a dawning hope. Finally, Kaylin spoke of my final condition, the challenge. The moment the words left his lips, the hall exploded into chaos. "Madness!" an old elder roared, his face purple. "She cannot challenge a true Alpha. It is a death sentence." "We will not send a woman to fight our battles," a warrior shouted, his hand on the hilt of his sword, his sense of honor offended. "It is a trick," another voice cried. "The Redstone Alpha will never accept. He will laugh at us and march his army over our bones." The noise was a tidal wave of fear and outrage. They were not ready for this. They were still trapped in the old ways of thinking, in the laws of tooth and claw. They could not comprehend a power that did not rely on physical strength. Darian raised his hand, and the hall fell silent. His authority, once a hollow thing he had inherited, was now real, forged in the fires of his own public humiliation and remade in the grim reality of his new responsibilities. "She is not just a woman," he said, his voice a low, commanding rumble that vibrated through the stone floor. He did not look at me, but his words were a shield around me. "She is the one who saw the truth when we were all blind. She is the one who defeated Silas's champion without throwing a single punch. She is the last of the Moonsingers. We do not have the right to question her path. We have only the right to be grateful she has chosen to walk it with us." He turned his gaze to the assembled pack. "I accept her terms, all of them. Celine is the Moonsinger of this pack. Her voice is equal to mine and to the Betas. Her challenge will be sent. We will respect her choice, and we will honor her courage." His gaze swept the room, daring anyone to disagree. No one did. He had become the alpha they needed, a leader who could recognize a power greater than his own and bend his pride to serve it. The challenge was sent that very night, carried by two of our swiftest runners to the Redstone border. It was a formal declaration, written on hide, sealed with the Vaynar crest, but its words were mine. It spoke not of war, but of justice. It called out the Redstone Alpha, Marok, for his crimes against the goddess, for breaking the sacred trust between packs, for the murder of innocents. It offered him a choice: face the pack's champion, Celine of the Moonsingers, in single ritual combat to let the goddess judge his guilt, or be branded a coward and a blasphemer in the eyes of all shifter kind. We had 2 days until the answer would return. 2 days of agonizing, tense waiting. The den was a powder keg. Warriors trained with a feverish intensity, preparing for the war they still believed was inevitable. The elders whispered in shadowed corners, debating the meaning of my return, the portents of my challenge. I spent those 2 days not in the den's politics, but with its people. I walked through the nurseries, and the pups, who should have been afraid of the strange, powerful scent I carried, instead grew quiet, their whimpering ceasing, their eyes watching me with a calm, trusting curiosity. I sat with the healers, and the strange, intuitive knowledge of the Moonsingers flowed through me. I showed them how to combine certain herbs to create a poultice that drew the fire from an infected wound, a technique they had never known. I laid my hands on an elder whose joints were seized with the winter sickness, and a gentle silver warmth flowed from my palms, easing his pain. I was not performing miracles. I was simply listening. I was listening to the pain in their bodies, to the fear in their hearts, and I was using the power within me to bring up a small measure of balance, of peace. The word began to spread. They stopped calling me the Ghost Wolf. They started calling me the Moonsinger. They came to me, not with demands, but with quiet requests. An old she-wolf, whose mate had been one of the warriors killed by the hunters, asked me to sit with her. I did not offer words of comfort. I simply sat, and I shared her silence, letting my own history of loss be a quiet, unspoken bridge between us. I was reweaving myself into the fabric of the pack, not as a Luna, not as a warrior, but as something else, something they hadn't known they were missing, their spiritual heart. On the evening of the second day, the runners returned. The entire pack gathered in the great hall to hear the news. The silence was absolute, the tension a physical thing. The lead runner, a young wolf named Finn, stood before the dais, his chest heaving, his face pale. "Alpha," he said, his voice hoarse. "He has answered." He held out a scroll of hide, sealed not with wax, but with a smear of dried blood. Darian took the scroll and broke the seal. He unrolled it, his silver eyes scanning the crude, arrogant script. a muscle feathered in his jaw. The entire pack held its breath. He looked up, his gaze finding mine across the hall. He accepts. A collective gasp went through the room, followed by a wave of horrified murmurs. No one had truly believed it would happen. He names the time and place, Darian continued, his voice grim. At the next dawn, in the valley of the Black Creek, the border between our territories. He has conditions. Darian's eyes narrowed, his voice dropping to a low growl. No one from either pack is to be present, save for the combatants, and one witness for each side. He names me as the witness for Silverwood Creek. He was isolating me, preventing the power of the pack from being a palpable presence at my back. And he was forcing Darian to be the one to watch me die. It was a final, cruel twist of the knife, a personal insult aimed at the new alpha. And his final condition, Darian said, his voice now laced with a cold, deadly fury. The fight will not be to submission, it will be to the death. The words fell into the silence like stones into a deep well. A death match. He was not coming for a ritual. He was coming for a slaughter. A she-wolf in the crowd let out a choked sob. The scent of fear and despair filled the hall. They saw their hope, their nascent spiritual leader, being sent to her execution. But I felt no fear. I felt a strange, cold calm. This was the path. This was the price. I had known it in the deepest part of my soul from the moment I had made the challenge. This was not a fight I could win with leverage and illusion. This would be a battle of will against will, of light against a very old and powerful darkness. I walked forward through the stunned parting crowd until I stood before the dais, before Darian. I looked up at him, and I let him see the absolute certainty in my eyes. Then he will have his wish, I said, my voice clear and unwavering, ringing through the silent hall. He will face his death at dawn. My confidence was not a boast. It was a promise. It was the absolute faith of the moonsinger in the goddess she served. A ripple of something new went through the pack. Their fear did not vanish, but it was joined by a flicker of awe, of a wild, desperate hope. That night, I did not go to the sanctuary of my mountain. I went to the heart of my pack. I walked to the central bonfire, which had been built high in preparation for a battle that was no longer coming. I sat before it, crossing my legs, and I began to sing. It was not the song of illusion I had used against the hunters. It was a song of remembrance. A low, quiet melody that spoke of the founding of the pack, of the hardships and the triumphs, of the mates and the pups, of the bonds that held them together. I sang of my mother's hidden strength, of my father's quiet honor. I sang of the pack's soul, the thing they had almost lost, the thing they were now fighting to reclaim. Slowly, one by one, they came. They left the tense atmosphere of the great hall and gathered in the clearing around the fire. They did not speak. They sat, a silent circle of wolves in the firelight, and they listened. Warriors sat next to healers, elders next to pups. They listened to my song, and it reminded them of who they were. It soothed their fear, it banked the fires of their rage, and it united them in a way no alpha's command ever could. I sang for hours, my voice never faltering, the power of the moon, now full and brilliant in the sky above, flowing through me. I was weaving their spirits together, strengthening the fabric of their pack, preparing them for the dawn, whether I returned from it or not. As the first hint of gray began to lighten the eastern sky, my song softened, fading into silence. The pack sat in a deep, peaceful quiet, their hearts beating as one. I looked around the circle and saw not fear in their eyes, but a calm, steady resolve. They were ready. I rose to my feet. Darian was waiting for me at the edge of the clearing, his face grim in the pre-dawn light. Kaelin stood beside him. "It is time," Darian said, his voice rough. Kaelin stepped forward and placed a hand on my shoulder. His touch was firm, grounding. "The mountain clans have a saying," he said. His voice a low rumble meant only for me. The deepest darkness comes just before the sun rises. Do not fear it. Be the sun." I gave him a small, grateful smile. He understood. He knew this was more than a physical fight. I looked at Darian. His silver eyes were filled with 1,000 things he could never say. The regret, the sorrow, the ghost of what we had been. "Whatever happens today, Celine," he whispered, his voice cracking, "know that what I did, it will be the great shame of my life until the day I die." "Then live a long life, Alpha Darian," I replied softly. "Live a life of honor and make it a shame worth carrying." I turned away from them, from the silent watching pack, and began the walk toward the valley of Black Creek, toward my reckoning. The howl of the pack rose up behind me, a single unified voice. It was not a howl of mourning. It was not a howl of war. It was the howl of a new beginning. It was the sound of a pack that had found its soul again. It was the howl of a rising Luna, a title I had rejected, but a role I had in the end been born to fulfill. And as I walked into the dawn, I did not feel like a sacrifice going to the slaughter. I felt like a queen going to her coronation. Chapter 17. The Last Full Moon. The valley of Black Creek was a scar on the earth. It was a narrow, rocky chasm carved by a sluggish, oil-black river, its banks lined with skeletal, leafless trees that seemed to claw at the pale, pre-dawn sky. The air was cold and still, heavy with the scent of stagnant water and old, wet stone. There was no bird song, no sign of life. It was a place of endings, a natural boneyard where the borders of two territories met in a shared, silent animosity. Darian walked beside me, his silence a heavy, oppressive weight. He was my witness, bound by the ancient law and his own word, but his presence was a torment to him. Every step he took was a step toward a fate he had been powerless to prevent, a testament to his ultimate failure to protect me. I could feel his spirit, a tightly coiled spring of rage and self-loathing, desperate to lash out, to fight, to do something other than simply watch. But there was nothing he could do. This was my battle, my reckoning. We reached the center of the valley, a flat, gravelly expanse by the river's edge. Two figures were already there, waiting. One was the Redstone Alpha, Marek. The other was Lyra. My heart gave a single hard thump at the sight of her. She was his witness, of course. It was an act of ultimate cruelty and supreme arrogance. He had brought the architect of my first death to witness my second. Lyra stood slightly behind him, her face a pale, pinched mask of terror. She looked thin, haunted. The vibrant, confident she-wolf was gone, replaced by a cowed, frightened creature who flinched when her alpha so much as shifted his weight. She had gotten her wish, a place at the side of power, and it had become her own personal hell. Our eyes met across the gray morning light, and in her gaze, I saw not triumph, not hatred, but a desperate, pleading envy. She was a prisoner, and she was looking at a free woman. Marek was nothing like the brutish champion he had sent to the Standing Stones. He was tall and lean, with a predator's wiry strength. His hair was the color of dried blood, streaked with silver at the temples, and his eyes were a pale, chilling yellow, like those of a reptile. He wore black, boiled leathers, and a long, wicked-looking blade. Its metal, dark and non-reflective, was strapped to his back. His scent was of cold iron, of ambition, and of something else, something ancient and deeply corrupt, a scent of rot that seemed to emanate from his very soul. He was the sickness, the cancer that had infected our lands. He smiled as we approached, a slow reptilian stretching of his thin lips. It was a smile that held no humor, only a cold, confident cruelty. "The ghost wolf," he said, his voice a dry, rasping whisper that grated on the nerves. "I confess I am disappointed. I had expected something more formidable. You are just a girl, and you are just a tyrant whose time has run out," I replied, my voice calm and clear, the sound carrying easily in the dead air. His yellow eyes narrowed. "Bold words. Your pack has grown bold, Vaynar. he said, shifting his gaze to Darian. Sending a pup to do an alpha's work. Hiding behind a woman's skirts. Have you no honor? Darian's hand went to the hilt of his sword, his wolf letting out a low, guttural snarl that was almost subconscious. My honor is not for you to speak of, Marek. This is her challenge by the old law. A law you were foolish enough to accept. I accepted because I am curious, Marek mused, his gaze returning to me, a scientist studying an interesting specimen. I have heard the stories, a girl who dies and returns, a singer of impossible songs. I wish to see this power for myself before I extinguish it. I want to see what a soul looks like when it is torn apart a second time. He was a sadist, a creature who fed on the pain and fear of others. The corruption in his soul was a palpable thing, a tangible darkness that seemed to suck the very light from the air around him. The power of the moon singers within me recoiled from it, a pure silver light shrinking from a foul, encroaching shadow. The terms are agreed upon, I said, stepping forward, placing myself between him and Darian. To the death, let us begin. Marek's smile widened. He slowly drew the greatsword from his back. It was a horrific weapon, heavy and sharp, its dark blade seeming to drink the morning light. He held it with an easy, practiced grace. He was a master of his craft, the craft of killing. I, in turn, unslung my father's bow. I did not nock an arrow. I held it before me, a simple, elegant piece of wood against his monstrous blade of war. The contrast was not lost on him. He let out a low, dry chuckle. You bring a hunting bow to a duel of alphas? Your foolishness is almost endearing. This is not a duel of alphas, I said. This is an execution, and this bow has tasted the blood of more than one predator. With that, I took my stance. Darian and Lyra retreated to the edge of the clearing, their faces grim, their roles now reduced to that of helpless spectators at a gladiatorial game. The sun had not yet risen, but the sky was growing lighter, the world painted in shades of gray and bruised purple. It was the liminal moment between night and day, a time when the veil between worlds was at its thinnest. Marek did not charge. He was not his champion. He was a patient, calculating killer. He circled me, the tip of his greatsword tracing a line in the gravel, his yellow eyes never leaving mine. He was testing my nerve, trying to find a flicker of fear, a weakness he could exploit. I gave him nothing. I stood my ground, my body relaxed, my mind a calm silver pool. I let him circle. I let him look. Let him underestimate me. He lunged suddenly without warning, a blur of black leather and dark steel. He did not aim for my body. He aimed for my bow. His blade came whistling down in a powerful, cleaving arc, designed to shatter my only weapon and leave me defenseless. I moved. I did not dodge or block. I flowed. The power of the moon singers was a tide within me, and it moved my body with a preternatural grace. I spun, letting the wind of his passing blade whisper past my cheek. As the greatsword buried itself in the gravel where I had been standing, I brought the hardened end of my yew-bow up in a sharp, brutal jab, striking him square in the temple. It was not a blow of strength, but of speed and precision. The impact was sharp, shocking. He grunted in pain and surprise, stumbling back, his hand flying to the side of his head. He had expected a cowering girl, not a fighter who could land the first blow. A thin trickle of blood ran from his temple, a stark red line against his pale skin. He stared at me, the arrogant amusement in his eyes replaced by a cold, reptilian fury. "Clever," he hissed, "but a trick will not save you." He came at me again, not with a single, powerful strike, but with a fluid, deadly series of attacks, a whirlwind of dark steel. His blade was a blur, a wall of death that sought to overwhelm me, to cut me down with 1,000 tiny cuts. I did not try to meet his storm. I became the wind. I moved, my feet seeming to barely touch the ground. I was no longer fighting, I was dancing. A deadly, intricate dance, my bow a partner that I used to deflect, to parry, to redirect. The heavy greatsword was a disadvantage in such a close, fast fight. It was too slow, too cumbersome. My bow was an extension of my own limbs, faster, more agile. The sound of steel scraping on wood, of blows deflected at the last possible second, filled the valley. I was not winning, I was surviving. But I was also learning. With every move he made, I was reading him. I was learning the rhythm of his attacks, the subtle shifts in his weight, the tells in his eyes. He was a master swordsman, but he was predictable. His fighting style was based on aggression, on overwhelming his opponents. He had no defense. He had never needed one. But the fight was taking its toll. My arms burned with the strain of deflecting his powerful blows. A sharp, searing pain flared in my side as the tip of his blade managed to slice through my leathers. A shallow but painful cut. I was faster, but he was stronger, and his stamina was immense. I could not keep this dance up forever. He saw it. A triumphant, cruel grin spread across his face as he saw me falter. My breath coming in ragged gasps. He pressed his advantage, his attacks becoming more relentless, forcing me backward, toward the cold, black water of the river. "The songbird grows tired," he taunted, his blade whistling past my ear. "Soon you will have no breath left to sing." He was right. I could not defeat him like this. I could not beat him at his own game. So I would have to change the game entirely. As he lunged forward for what he clearly intended to be the final blow, I did the last thing he expected. I threw my bow aside. He faltered for a fraction of a second, his reptilian brain struggling to process the move. A warrior does not discard their only weapon. In that moment of hesitation, I acted. I did not retreat. I lunged forward, under his guard, and I threw my arms around him. It was an embrace of death. My hands clasped behind his back, my body pressed tight against his. He roared in surprise and fury, trying to bring his sword around, but he was too close. My arms were a band of steel around him, my legs tangled with his. "What is this madness?" he snarled, his hot, foul breath in my face. "This is not madness," I whispered, my lips close to his ear. "This is a reckoning." And with every ounce of my strength, I threw us both backward, off the riverbank, and into the black water of the creek. The cold was a physical blow, a shock that stole the breath from my lungs. We went under, the weight of his armor and his greatsword pulling us down like a stone. The dark, silty water closed over my head, the world dissolving into a chaos of churning blackness and muted sound. This was my element now, not the air, not the earth, the water. He was a creature of steel and aggression. Here his strength was useless, his armor was a death sentence. He thrashed wildly, his powerful body fighting against the unfamiliar, suffocating pressure. He was drowning, and he knew it. My body was light, lithe. I was a creature of the wild, as at home in the water as an otter. I released my grip on him and pushed away, my eyes, now accustomed to the gloom, seeing his struggling, panicked silhouette. But I had not brought him here just to drown him. I had brought him here to judge him. I closed my eyes, and I reached for the power within me. Not the power of illusion, not the power of healing. I reached for the cold, hard, judging light of the moon, which was still a presence in the sky even through the filter of the water. I opened my eyes, and they were no longer green. They were blazing with a pure silver light, 2 miniature moons in the darkness of the river. I reached out and placed my hand on Marek's forehead. The moment I touched him, the final phase of the battle began. It was not a fight of the body, but of the soul. I pushed the power of the Moonsinger into him. Not to harm him, but to show him. I forced him to see the truth. I showed him the faces of the warriors he had sent to their deaths, the families he had destroyed with his ambition. I showed him the terror of the hunters he had used as his pawns, their minds broken by a magic they could not comprehend. I showed him the grief of the she-wolf, whose mate had been killed, the pain of the pack he had tried to poison. And finally, I showed him my own death. I made him feel the cold of the forest floor, the tearing of the teeth, the triumph in Lyra's eyes, the final fading heartbeat. I made him live every second of the sacrilege he had orchestrated. His soul screamed. It was a silent, terrible sound that echoed in the very fabric of the world. The darkness, the corruption, the ancient rot that lived within him could not stand the pure, unforgiving light of the truth. He was being scoured clean from the inside out, his spirit flayed by the weight of his own sins. His struggles ceased. His body went limp. The light in my eyes faded. The judgment was past. The goddess had seen his soul, and she had found it wanting. I released him, and his body, weighed down by his dark armor and his dark deeds, began to sink into the black, silty depths of the creek, his sightless yellow eyes staring up at a world he could no longer touch. I broke the surface, gasping, my lungs burning, my body trembling with the aftershock of the power I had just channeled. Darian was there, at the river's edge, his face a mask of horrified awe. He had seen the silver light in the water. He had felt the cataclysmic spiritual battle that had taken place beneath the surface. He looked at me as if seeing a goddess, a terrifying, beautiful creature of righteous fury who had just dragged a demon down to hell. I swam to the bank, my limbs heavy, my strength utterly spent. He pulled me from the water, his hands gentle. I collapsed onto the gravel, my body shaking uncontrollably, the price of wielding such absolute power, a devastating, soul-deep exhaustion. Across the clearing, Lyra let out a single, broken sob. Her tormentor was gone. Her future was a terrifying, empty unknown. She stared at me, her eyes filled not with hate, but with a terrible, absolute awe. I looked up at Darian, at his strong, handsome face, so full of pain and a dawning, fragile hope. I had done it. I had saved them. The war was over. The sickness was cured. But as I lay on the cold stones of the riverbank, the first true rays of the rising sun striking my face, I felt a profound, aching emptiness. I had been their judge, their executioner, their savior. But in becoming a goddess, I had sacrificed the last remnants of the woman I had once been. I had my justice. I had my power. I had my freedom. But I was more alone now than I had ever been in my life. The last full moon had risen, and it had claimed me utterly. Epilogue. The first snows of winter came early that year, a soft white blanket that muffled the world in a profound and peaceful silence. From my high vantage point in the sanctuary of Granite Peak, I watched the snow fall on the forests and valleys, on the territory of Silverwood Creek, a land that was both mine and not mine. The world had been washed clean, its scars hidden for a time, under a mantle of pure, untroubled white. It had been 3 moons since the reckoning at Black Creek. 3 moons since I had dragged an alpha's corrupted soul down into the judging darkness and walked away from the life I had fought so hard to reclaim. I had not returned to the den. I had not needed to. The story of that dawn had been carried back by a humbled alpha and a broken witness, a tale that had already become a legend whispered in hushed, awed tones around the pack fires. They spoke of the silver light in the water, of the silent spiritual scream that had echoed across the valley. They called me the moon's hand, the bringer of justice. They had turned me into a myth, a distant, powerful deity to be respected and feared. It was, I knew, for the best. My life was a quiet, solitary rhythm, dictated by the sun and the moon. I was the keeper of the mountain, the guardian of the moonsinger's lore. I spent my days exploring the silent ruins, tracing the faded carvings, and piecing together the history of my mother's people. In the silver-lit cavern of the Moonheart, I practiced my art, not as a weapon, but as a form of meditation. I learned to weave the mists into gentle, calming blankets over the valleys, to sing the fevers from sick animals, to feel the pulse of the coming seasons in the deep, slow breathing of the earth. The power no longer felt like a fire in my blood. It was simply a part of me, as natural and as necessary as my own heartbeat. But it was a lonely existence. The ghosts of my ancestors were my only companions. Their whispers, a constant rustling chorus, wagged us in the silence. I was the last, a queen with no subjects, a priestess with no congregation. I had saved my pack, but I had paid the price Tarak had warned of. I was no longer a part of the tapestry. I was the weaver, sitting alone at the loom, watching the patterns of other lives unfold. One afternoon, as the snow fell in thick, silent flakes, I felt a familiar presence ascending the mountain path. It was a steady, earthy note in the quiet symphony of the wilderness. Kaelin. He was the only one who came. Once a moon, he would make the long journey north, bringing supplies I did not need and news I did not ask for, but which he gave me anyway. He was my one thin thread to the world I had left behind. I met him at the edge of the ruins, a thin wisp of smoke rising from the small, warm fire I had built in the ancient hearth circle. He carried a heavy pack, which he shrugged off with a grunt of relief. He was wearing the thick, fur-lined cloak of the pack's beta, but his eyes were the same, calm, watchful, ancient. "The snows are deep in the southern passes," he said by way of greeting, his breath pluming in the cold air. "The winter will be a hard one." "The pack is prepared?" I asked, my voice a little rough from disuse. "They are," he said, settling himself on a stone opposite the fire, accepting the cup of hot pine needle tea I offered him. "Darian has proven to be a surprising alpha. He has a quiet strength we did not see before. He listens to the council. He is fair. The pack is healing. The Redstone pack, without a leader, has fractured. They are no longer a threat." He took a sip of the tea, his gaze on the flames. "Your story has spread. Other packs have sent envoys. They speak of the Silverwood pack's renewal, of an old magic returned. They are wary, but they are respectful. The world is changing, Celine." I watched him over the rim of my cup. He was the anchor that kept the pack steady, the silent, unyielding rock against which the waves of change could break. He was a good beta, a good man. "And you, Kaelin?" I asked softly. "How fares the pack's heart?" He met my gaze, and for the first time, a faint, weary smile touched his lips. "It is a stubborn, complicated thing, but it beats strong." He paused, the smile fading. "He asked about you. I did not need to ask who he was." "What did you tell him?" "The truth, that you are where you need to be, that you are at peace." He studied my face. "It was not a complete lie. You are at peace, but you are also alone." The words hung in the cold, still air between us. He saw me, not as a myth, not as a goddess, but as a woman. A woman who had won her war, but had no home to return to. "This is my home now," I said, gesturing to the silent, snow-covered ruins. "My path is here. A path can be a lonely thing to walk," he said quietly. He reached into his pack and pulled out a carefully wrapped bundle of furs. He unrolled it, revealing a small, expertly carved wooden wolf, its head lifted in a silent, joyful howl. It was exquisite, every line perfect, the grain of the wood flowing like fur. "Darian made it," he said, answering my unspoken question. "He has taken up the craft. He says it quiets his mind. He asked me to bring it to you, not as a gift from an alpha, as an offering, a piece of firewood for your hearth, to do with as you will." I took the small statue. It was warm from the furs, and it felt impossibly alive in my hands. It was an act of profound, desperate hope, an apology carved in wood, a prayer for a forgiveness he knew he could not ask for. It was a testament to the man he was becoming, a man who had learned the hard lesson of humility, a man who was trying, in his own broken way, to make amends. I saw not the alpha who had rejected me, but the boy who had once shown me a hawk's nest, his face alight with a simple, uncomplicated joy. I clutched the wooden wolf, the sharp edges pressing into my palm, and I felt the last hard wall around my heart begin to crumble. The tears I had shed for my father had been for a grief that was past. These tears, which now traced hot paths down my cold cheeks, were for a future that could never be. Kaelin watched me, his face a mask of quiet empathy. He did not speak. He did not move. He simply shared my silence, his presence a steady, comforting weight in the lonely twilight. "He is a good alpha," I whispered, my voice thick. "He will lead them well." "Yes," Kaylin agreed. "He will." We sat in silence for a long time as the snow fell around us, the only sounds the crackle of the fire and the whisper of the wind through the stones. The world was vast and my place in it was small, but for the first time, it did not feel empty. The pack was healing. Darian was finding his own path to redemption, and I was the guardian of a legacy that was more than just my own. I looked at Kaylin, at the silent, steadfast man who had been my shadow, my ally, my friend. He was the bridge between the two worlds, the two halves of my soul. He was the one who saw both the goddess and the woman and was afraid of neither. "Will you stay the night, Beta?" I asked, my voice still rough, but with a new warmth in it. "The snows are deep, and the path down will be treacherous in the dark." He looked up, his amber eyes meeting mine in the firelight. A slow, genuine smile, the first I had ever truly seen from him, spread across his face, transforming his rugged features into something handsome and warm. "I had planned on it, Moonsinger," he said, his voice a low, gentle rumble. I placed the small wooden wolf on the hearthstone, where the firelight could make its silent howl dance. It was not a promise of return. It was not an act of forgiveness. It was an acceptance of the past, of the pain, of the choices that had led us all to this cold, quiet, and peaceful place. The war was over, the reckoning was done, and under the silent, watchful gaze of the winter moon, a new story, one not of fated bonds or epic battles, but of quiet strength, of shared solitude, and of a slow, patient healing, was just beginning to be written. The snow continued to fall, covering the old tracks, leaving a clean, white page on which a new path, a path for two, could finally begin.